The night is very quiet. A soft wind moves slowly across the open land, brushing past low grasses and small stones that have rested here for many years. The sky above is wide and deep, filled with faint stars that seem to flicker gently, as if they are breathing in their own slow rhythm. Somewhere far away, a dog barks once, then falls silent again. The sound fades quickly into the stillness. Now, as we move closer, the shape of a small Roman village begins to appear. It is not large. It does not try to be noticed. It rests quietly in the land, as though it has always belonged here. A few narrow paths wind between simple homes made of stone and clay. Their walls are pale in the dim light, holding the warmth of the day that has already passed. Most of the village is asleep. Inside the homes, families rest beneath woven blankets. The air is cool, but not cold. A faint smell of wood smoke lingers, trapped gently in the walls and roofs of the houses. Earlier in the evening, small fires burned in hearths, cooking simple meals and warming tired hands. Now those fires have softened into glowing embers, giving off just enough warmth to keep the night comfortable. There is no rush here, no noise of crowds, no urgency, only quiet life. As the hours pass, the night slowly begins to change. The stars shift ever so slightly, and a pale hint of light begins to gather along the horizon. It is not bright yet. It is only a suggestion, a gentle promise that morning will come, as it always does. In one small house near the edge of the village, a man stirs. He does not wake all at once. His eyes open slowly, adjusting to the dim light. For a moment he lies still, listening. He hears nothing but the soft breathing of his family nearby and the faint whisper of wind outside. This is how his days begin, not with alarm or sudden movement, but with quiet awareness. He sits up slowly, careful not to disturb the others. The floor beneath him is cool. He reaches for his tunic, a simple garment made of coarse fabric, worn but clean. He has worn it many times before. It fits him in a familiar way, like something that belongs. He steps outside. The air greets him gently. It is fresh and slightly damp, carrying the scent of earth and distant trees. The sky is still dark, but now the edges are softening. Birds have not yet begun to sing, but the silence feels lighter than before. He stands for a moment, doing nothing, just breathing. In the distance, faint shapes of fields stretch out beyond the village. These fields are part of his life. They are not far, but they are not rushed toward. Everything here moves in its own time. Soon another door opens. A woman steps out, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders. She nods slightly when she sees the man. No words are needed. They have lived in this same place for many seasons, sharing the same quiet mornings. Their understanding is simple and steady. More villagers will wake soon, not all at once, but one by one. Inside another house, a small child turns in their sleep. A wooden bowl rests on a low table nearby, still holding the faint smell of yesterday's meal. Bread, olives, perhaps a bit of cheese, simple foods that have sustained this family day after day. There is comfort in this simplicity. As the sky grows a little lighter, the first bird begins to sing. It is a soft sound at first, almost uncertain. Then another bird answers. Slowly, the quiet village begins to fill with gentle life. The sounds are never loud. They rise carefully, like something that does not wish to disturb the peace. The man walks toward a small well near the center of the village. The ground beneath his feet is uneven, shaped by many footsteps over many years. He knows each turn, each stone. He does not need to think about where he is going. At the well, he lowers a bucket into the cool darkness below. The rope creaks softly as it moves. The sound echoes faintly, then disappears. When the bucket reaches the water, there is a quiet splash. He pulls it back up slowly, feeling the weight, steady and familiar. Water has always been part of this rhythm. He pours some into a clay vessel and carries it back. By now, the sky has softened into shades of pale gray and light blue. The shapes of the houses are clearer. Smoke begins to rise again from a few chimneys as early fires are lit. Inside the homes, people begin their day. A woman kneels near a hearth, carefully placing small pieces of wood together. She blows gently, coaxing the embers back into flame. The fire responds slowly, then begins to grow, giving off a warm, steady glow. A child wakes and rubs his eyes. They do not rush to stand. They sit quietly for a moment, watching the fire. This is how mornings feel here, unhurried, gentle, and familiar. Outside, the village paths begin to carry soft footsteps. Two men walk together, speaking in low voices. Their words are simple, about the day ahead, about the weather, about the condition of the fields. There is no urgency in their voices, only a calm awareness of what needs to be done. The sun is still not fully risen, but its light begins to touch the tops of the distant hills. As the light grows, the colors of the village slowly appear. The pale stone walls, the soft brown earth, the muted greens of nearby plants. Nothing is bright or sharp. Everything feels softened by time and use. Near one house, a small garden rests quietly. Rows of herbs grow close to the ground. Their scent is faint but steady. A woman bends to touch them, checking their leaves with gentle care. These plants are not just food, they are part of the rhythm of living, part of the quiet work that fills each day. A rooster calls once, breaking the stillness in a slightly louder voice. Then silence returns again, as if the village absorbs the sound and settles back into its calm. The man who woke first now sits near the entrance of his home. He holds a piece of bread in his hands. It is simple, slightly rough, but warm from the fire. He eats slowly, not because he must, but because there is no reason to hurry. Time moves differently here. It is not counted in minutes or hours, but in actions, in light, in the gentle passing of moments. A cart stands near the edge of the village. Its wooden frame shows signs of long use. The wheels are worn, but still strong. Later in the day, it will be used to carry tools or crops. For now, it rests quietly, waiting. The sun begins to rise a little higher. Light spreads across the land, touching the fields, the paths, the walls of the houses. Shadows form and stretch, then slowly shorten as the brightness grows. The village is now awake, but it is still calm. There is no sudden rush, no loud gathering. Each person moves into their day as if stepping into something they already know by heart. A woman carries water from the well. A man lifts a tool from where it rests against a wall. A child watches, learning without being told. This is how life continues here, not in grand moments, but in small, steady ones. The air is warmer now, though still gentle. The smell of cooking fills the space between the houses. Bread, herbs, a hint of smoke. These scents blend together into something quiet and comforting. In the distance, the fields wait.
They do not call out, but they are understood. Soon people will walk toward them, carrying tools, carrying the quiet strength of routine. They will work the soil, tend the crops, move through the day as they always have. But for now, in this early moment, the village simply exists, breathing slowly, living quietly. And as the sun continues to rise, the soft rhythm of this Roman village settles into the day, just as it has done again and again for many years.
The morning grows a little brighter. Light spreads slowly across the village, touching each wall and doorway with a gentle warmth. The shadows that once stretched long across the ground now begin to soften, drawing closer to the feet of those who move along the narrow paths. Nothing feels rushed. The day does not arrive all at once. It unfolds quietly and steadily, as if it has done this same thing countless times before. The man who sat with his bread now stands again. He brushes a few crumbs from his hands and looks out toward the fields. The land beyond the village is calm, waiting without urgency. The soil has its own rhythm, just like the people who care for it. He walks slowly along the path that leads outward. Each step is familiar. The ground is firm beneath his feet, shaped by years of use. Small stones press lightly against the soles of his sandals, but he does not notice them much. His body already knows this path. Along the way, he passes another villager. They nod to each other. No long greeting is needed. Their shared understanding is enough. They both know where the day will lead. Behind them, the village continues to wake in quiet layers. Near the well, a young boy lowers a small bucket, carefully copying the movements he has seen so many times before. His hands are not as steady, and the rope moves a little unevenly, but he is patient. No one rushes him. A woman nearby watches, not with concern, but with calm attention. Learning here is slow and gentle. Mistakes are part of the rhythm. The bucket reaches the water with a soft sound. The boy pauses, then begins to pull. It takes effort, but he does not stop. When the bucket finally rises above the edge, water dripping quietly from its sides, he smiles slightly. It is a small success, and it is enough. In another part of the village, a door creaks open. An older man steps out into the morning light. His movements are slower, shaped by many years. He pauses just outside his home, letting the warmth of the sun touch his face. He closes his eyes for a moment, not to sleep, but simply to feel. The warmth, the air, the quiet sounds around him, these are not new, but they are always noticed. He walks toward a low bench near the wall of his home and sits down. From here, he can see much of the village. He watches as people move through their early tasks. A woman sweeping the ground just outside her doorway. A child carrying a small bundle of sticks. Two men adjusting the harness of a waiting animal. These movements are not dramatic. They are steady, simple, and repeated each day. And yet there is a quiet beauty in their sameness. Back on the path leading to the fields, more villagers begin to gather. They do not form a group in any formal way. They simply arrive, one by one, until several of them are walking in the same direction. Their tools are simple, wooden handles, iron tips worn smooth with use. Each tool has been repaired many times, cared for without waste. The land ahead is open. Soft rows of soil stretch outward, marked by careful lines. Some areas are green with growing crops, while others are freshly turned, dark and rich. The man reaches his place. He pauses, looking down at the ground. There is no hurry to begin. He kneels slowly and touches the soil with his hand. It is slightly cool, holding the memory of the night. He presses his fingers into it, feeling its texture, its quiet readiness. Then, without thought or announcement, the work begins. Not loudly, not suddenly, just a gentle continuation of what has always been. Back in the village, the sounds of morning continue to grow, but they remain soft. A clay pot is set down on a stone surface with a dull, steady sound. A wooden door closes. Footsteps move across packed earth. A faint conversation drifts through the air, then fades again. Near the small garden, the woman who had checked the herbs now gathers a few leaves. She moves carefully, selecting only what is needed. Each plant is touched with quiet respect. Nothing is taken in excess. She places the leaves into a small woven basket. The scent rises gently, fresh and earthy. Inside her home, a pot of water warms slowly over the fire. Soon these herbs will be added, creating a simple meal that will nourish her family. There is comfort in knowing what each part of the day will bring, not because it is planned in detail, but because it follows a natural rhythm. The sun rises higher. Its light becomes stronger, but still soft enough to feel gentle on the skin. The air begins to warm, carrying the scent of soil, plants, and distant trees. In the fields, the villagers move in quiet coordination. They do not speak much. They do not need to. Each person knows their task, and the work flows smoothly from one movement to the next. A man lifts his tool and presses it into the earth. He turns the soil slowly, carefully. Another follows behind, smoothing the surface. A third checks the rows, making small adjustments where needed. There is no sense of urgency, only steady effort. The sound of metal meeting soil is soft, repeated, almost rhythmic. It blends with the gentle movement of the wind. From time to time, someone pauses, not from exhaustion, but simply to stand, to stretch, to look around. The land is wide. The sky above is calm. There is no pressure to fill every moment with action. Even in work, there is space for stillness. Back in the village, the older man remains on his bench. He watches the path that leads to the fields. Fewer people pass now. Most have already gone. The village feels quieter again, but not empty. It holds a different kind of life now, slower, softer. A small child sits nearby, drawing lines in the dust with a stick. The shapes are simple, uneven, but they are made with care. The child pauses, looks at the lines, then adds another. This quiet play is part of the day, just as much as the work in the fields. Time continues to move, not quickly, not slowly, just steadily. The sun climbs a little higher. Shadows grow shorter. The warmth deepens. In one home, bread is being prepared. Flour is mixed with water, shaped by patient hands. The dough is soft, slightly uneven, but it is familiar. It has been made this way many times before. She presses it gently, then sets it aside. There is no need to rush the process. Everything here takes the time it needs. Outside, a light breeze moves through the village. It carries the scent of baking bread, of herbs, of warm earth. These smells drift together, forming a quiet presence that fills the air. In the distance, faint sounds from the fields continue. The steady rhythm of work, the soft movement of tools, the occasional murmur of voices, all of it blends into a calm, unbroken flow. The village and the fields are not separate. They are part of the same life, the same quiet pattern. As the morning continues, nothing changes suddenly. There are no sharp moments, no loud interruptions, only a gentle unfolding of time. Each action leads naturally to the next. Each breath follows the one before. And in this steady, peaceful rhythm, the quiet life inside this Roman village continues just as it has, day after day, without hurry, without noise, and without end.
The morning settles deeper into itself. The sun now stands a little higher in the sky, casting a soft, even light across the fields and the village. The early coolness has begun to fade, replaced by a gentle warmth that rests on the skin without pressing too hard. In the fields, the work continues in the same quiet rhythm. The man who arrived first moves slowly along his row. His hands are steady, each motion is careful and repeated, shaped by long habit rather than thought. He does not look at the sky often, but he feels its change. The warmth, the light, the passing of time, they move through him without needing to be named. Nearby, another man pauses and straightens his back. He takes a slow breath. The air is filled with the scent of soil that has just been turned. It is a deep, earthy smell, rich and calm. He looks out across the land for a moment, not searching for anything, just letting his eyes rest. Then, quietly, he returns to his work. A small group of birds lands at the edge of the field. They move lightly across the ground, pecking here and there, following their own simple patterns. No one tries to chase them away. They are part of the same quiet world. The sound of their wings lifting again is soft, almost like a whisper. Back in the village, the pace remains gentle. The woman who gathered herbs earlier now kneels by the fire. The pot above it gives off a faint, steady steam. She adds the leaves slowly, watching as they settle into the water. The scent grows stronger, warm and comforting. She stirs the pot with a wooden spoon, moving in slow circles. The sound is soft, barely noticeable, blending into the quiet of the room. A child sits nearby, watching the movement. There are no questions, only quiet attention. The child's eyes follow the spoon as it moves, learning without words, understanding without being told. Outside, a few villagers remain near their homes. Not everyone goes to the fields. Some stay behind, tending to smaller tasks that keep the village steady. An older woman sits near the doorway of her house, weaving thin strands of fiber together. Her hands move with a slow, practiced rhythm. The pattern grows gradually, each strand placed with care. She does not rush. There is no need. The work will be finished when it is finished. A soft breeze passes through the village again. It lifts the edges of clothing, moves lightly through open doorways, and carries with it the faint sounds of the distant fields. These sounds are never sharp. They arrive gently, then fade again. Near the well, the young boy returns. This time he does not struggle as much. His hands are steadier now. He lowers the bucket with more control, listening to the quiet creak of the rope. When the bucket touches the water, he smiles slightly, recognizing the sound. He pulls it back up, slower this time, careful not to spill. A small drop of water falls onto his foot. He looks down, then back at the bucket, as if noticing the moment fully. Then he lifts it and carries it carefully toward his home. Each step is measured. Each movement matters. The village path beneath him is warm now, touched by the rising sun. The stones hold the heat gently, not enough to burn, just enough to remind him of the day growing. In another part of the village, a man repairs a wooden tool. He sits on a low stool, holding the handle in one hand while the other smooths a rough edge with a small blade. The
The sound is soft, a quiet scraping that repeats in a slow rhythm. Wood shavings fall lightly to the ground. He pauses often, turning the tool, examining it from different angles. There is patience in this work. Nothing is forced, nothing is wasted. Out in the fields, the light has grown stronger, but still calm. The villagers continue their steady movement. A woman walks along the edge of the rows, carrying a small bundle. She stops occasionally, bending to adjust something in the soil. Her movements are gentle, careful not to disturb more than needed. The earth responds quietly. It does not speak, but it holds everything. The work continues without interruption. No one calls out loudly, no one rushes ahead. The rhythm is shared, even in silence. A man wipes his brow with the back of his hand, not because the heat is overwhelming, but because the effort is real. He takes a sip from a small container of water, then returns it to his side. Again, there is no hurry, just continuation. Back in the village, the food begins to take shape. The bread that was prepared earlier now is placed near the fire. The smell fills the space, warm and soft. It drifts out through the doorway, joining the air outside. A dog lies nearby, resting in the shade. Its ears move slightly at the sound of footsteps, but it does not rise. It is calm, comfortable, part of the quiet rhythm. The older man on the bench shifts slightly. The sunlight now reaches his feet. He feels the warmth through his sandals, grounding him gently in the moment. He looks toward the small child still drawing in the dust. The lines have changed. More shapes have been added. They are not perfect, but they are meaningful in their quiet way. The child pauses, then smooths part of the dust with a hand, beginning again. There is no frustration, only repetition. Time continues to pass. The sun moves slowly across the sky. The shadows change again, growing shorter, then settling close to the ground. The village remains steady. The fields remain steady. Everything moves, but nothing feels hurried. In the distance, a faint sound of metal touching stone echoes once, then fades. Perhaps a tool being adjusted, perhaps a small repair. The sound does not linger. It becomes part of the background, then disappears. In the fields, the man who began the day first now pauses again. He stands upright, looking across the rows that have been worked. There is no need to measure the progress in exact terms. He can see it. He can feel it. The land has changed slightly under their care, and that is enough. He breathes in slowly. The air is warmer now, carrying the scent of growing plants and turned earth. It fills his lungs, then leaves just as gently. He lowers his gaze and returns to his work. Back in the village, the food is nearly ready. The woman lifts the lid of the pot slightly, letting some of the steam escape. It rises softly, then disappears into the air. She nods to herself, then reaches for a bowl. The simple routine continues. Food will be shared, hands will be washed, voices will remain low and calm. Nothing will be rushed, nothing will be forced. The day moves forward, step by step, quietly, gently. And as the sun continues its slow climb, the life of the Roman village carries on steady and unbroken, held together by small actions, soft sounds, and the peaceful rhythm of time itself.
The sun rises toward its highest place in the sky. The light now feels fuller, resting across the village and the fields with a steady warmth. Shadows have drawn in close, sitting quietly beneath feet, under carts, along the edges of walls. The air has changed again, no longer touched by the coolness of early morning, but not yet heavy with heat. Everything remains calm. In the fields, the steady rhythm of work begins to soften, not because it is finished, but because it naturally slows. The man who started the morning lifts his tool from the soil and pauses. He stands still for a moment, letting his arms rest at his sides. Around him, others begin to do the same. One by one, without any signal, the movement eases. There is no call to stop, no voice that commands it, only a shared understanding. The time has come to rest. A woman steps back from her row and brushes the soil from her hands. Another man places his tool gently on the ground, not dropping it, but setting it down with care, as though it deserves quiet respect. The fields grow still. The soft sounds of work fade, replaced again by the natural quiet of the land. The breeze continues its slow movement, passing over the open ground, touching the crops lightly, then moving on. Some of the villagers sit where they are. Others walk a short distance to the edge of the field, where a small tree offers shade. Its branches are not wide, but they are enough. Beneath it, the ground is cooler. They gather without speaking much. A cloth is opened. Simple food is shared. Bread, slightly warm, a few olives, perhaps a small piece of cheese. Nothing elaborate, nothing heavy. Each person takes what they need, no more, no less. The man sits down and leans slightly against the rough trunk of the tree. He breaks his bread slowly, holding it in both hands. The texture is familiar, the scent soft and comforting. He eats without hurry. Around him, others do the same. There are a few quiet words spoken in low tones, but long conversations are not needed. The silence between them is not empty. It is full of shared time, shared effort, and quiet understanding. A bird lands on a nearby branch. It watches for a moment, then settles. No one disturbs it. The air here feels still, but not silent. There are always small sounds, the shifting of cloth, the soft chew of bread, a quiet breath, the faint rustle of leaves. These sounds come and go, never breaking the calm. Back in the village, the midday meal is also being prepared. The woman who stirred the pot now begins to serve. She moves slowly, placing food into bowls with steady hands. The scent of herbs has deepened, blending with the warmth of the fire. It fills the small space, then drifts outward into the open air. A child sits nearby, waiting patiently. There is no impatience. The meal will come, and that is enough. Outside, the older man has shifted his seat slightly, moving into the shade as the sun climbed higher. He watches the quiet movement of the village, though now there is less activity than before. Most have gone to the fields. Those who remain move slowly, conserving their energy in the warmth of the day. A woman walks across the path carrying a small basket. Her steps are unhurried. The basket is not heavy, but she holds it with both hands, steady and balanced. She passes by without speaking, offering only a small nod. The older man returns it gently. These small gestures are enough. The village does not need many words. Time continues to move, though it feels almost still. The sun holds its place in the sky, bright but not harsh. The air remains warm, wrapping around everything in a quiet stillness. In the fields, the villagers remain at rest. Some lean back, closing their eyes for a short while. Not deep sleep, but a light drifting, a moment where the body softens and the mind quiets even further. The man lets his head rest against the tree. He does not fully sleep. He listens. The breeze, the distant call of a bird, the slow movement of others nearby. These sounds are enough to hold him in a calm space between waking and rest. A few feet away, another man drinks from a small cup. He takes a slow sip, then another. Water is simple, but it carries a quiet importance. It cools the body, steadies the breath, and allows the moment to stretch gently. No one speaks of time. No one counts the moments, but each person feels when it begins to shift again. The rest does not last forever. It never does. Gradually, almost without notice, small movements return. A man sits upright again. A woman folds the cloth that held the food. Another stands and stretches slightly, feeling the warmth in their limbs. The pause comes to a natural end. The work will continue, but again, there is no signal, no sudden change, only a gentle return. Tools are lifted once more, feet press into the soil again, and the rhythm resumes. Back in the village, the meal is shared quietly. The woman and the child sit together. They eat slowly, in the same calm way as those in the fields. Each bite is taken without hurry. The warmth of the food matches the warmth of the day. A small breeze passes through the doorway. It cools the air slightly, moving across the surface of the meal, carrying its scent outward. The dog that rested nearby now lifts its head. It watches for a moment, then settles again. Nothing disturbs the calm. After eating, the woman gathers the bowls. She cleans them with water, moving carefully, not wasting a single drop. The motions are slow, deliberate, and practiced. The child watches, then begins to help in small ways. Learning continues here, not through instruction, but through quiet observation. In the fields, the work resumes at the same steady pace as before, no faster, no slower. The sun begins its slow movement downward, though it is not yet near the horizon. The light shifts slightly, softening just enough to be noticed by those who feel it. The man presses his tool into the soil again. The earth responds, turning gently. The pattern continues, movement after movement, breath after breath. Time flows, not in sharp lines, but in a soft, continuous stream. Back in the village, the older man closes his eyes for a moment. The warmth, the quiet, the gentle rhythm of the day, these things settle around him like a soft covering. He breathes slowly. Nothing is missing. Nothing is urgent. The world in this small place continues exactly as it should. And as the afternoon begins to take shape, the quiet life inside the Roman village carries on steady and calm, guided by routine, softened by time, and held gently within the peaceful rhythm of the day.
The afternoon settles slowly over the land. The sun has begun its quiet descent, though it still rests high enough to fill the fields and village with a warm, even light. The air feels softer now, less still than before. A gentle breeze moves more often, passing through the open spaces, touching skin and cloth, then drifting away again. In the fields, the rhythm of work continues, but it has changed slightly. It is slower now, not from tiredness alone, but from the natural turning of the day. The man moves along his row with the same steady care, but there is a softness in his movements. Each motion feels more measured, more spaced between breaths. The soil beneath his hands has warmed, becoming easier to turn, more responsive to his touch. He pauses again, but this time only briefly. A breath in, a breath out. Then he continues. Around him, others follow their own quiet pace. No one tries to match another. Each body moves as it needs to, guided by feeling rather than thought. The land remains patient. It does not ask for speed. It does not demand more than what is given. A faint sound rises in the distance, a cartwheel turning slowly over uneven ground. At the far edge of the field, a wooden cart begins to approach. It is pulled by a calm, steady animal, its steps slow and even. The wheel makes a soft, repeating sound as it rolls, not loud, but noticeable in the quiet. A man walks beside it, one hand resting lightly on the wooden frame. He does not hurry the animal. There is no need. When the cart reaches the field, it comes to a gentle stop. Nothing is rushed. A few villagers walk toward it, lifting small bundles, placing them carefully inside. The movement is quiet and organized without instruction. Each action flows naturally into the next. The cart stands still for a while, holding what has been gathered. The wood creaks softly as the weight settles, then becomes still again. Above, the sky remains clear, a pale blue stretching wide and open without interruption. The sun glows softly within it, not harsh but steady, watching over everything without effort. Back in the village, the afternoon carries its own quiet rhythm. The woman who prepared the meal now sits near the doorway of her home. In her hands, she holds a piece of fabric, worn but strong. She works slowly, repairing a small tear with careful stitches. The thread moves in and out, each motion precise and gentle. There is no rush to finish, only the quiet satisfaction of mending something that will be used again. Nearby, the child who watched her earlier now plays with small stones on the ground. The stones are arranged in simple patterns, moved, then rearranged again. There is no clear purpose, only the act itself. The child pauses, looks at the shapes, then changes them again. Time is not something to be filled. It simply passes, and they move with it. The older man remains on his bench, though he has shifted slightly once more, following the shade as it slowly moves. The wall behind him now blocks part of the sunlight, giving him a cool place to rest. His eyes are open but relaxed. He watches without focusing on anything in particular. The village in the afternoon is quieter than in the morning. Not empty, just softer. A few doors open and close, a faint sound of water being poured, the distant murmur of voices, low and calm. These small sounds rise and fall, never staying long. In one corner of the village, a young woman carries a clay jar. She walks toward the well, her steps steady and light. When she reaches it, she lowers the jar carefully, letting it fill without spilling. The rope moves with a soft, familiar creak. She lifts it again with quiet strength. Water drips from the edges, catching the light for a moment before falling to the ground. She does not hurry as she carries it. The weight is known to her. Her body moves with it easily. In the fields, the work begins to draw toward its natural close. No one announces it, but it is felt. The sun lowers just enough to change the light, giving it a warmer tone. Shadows begin to stretch again, slowly reaching outward across the ground. The man stops once more. This time he does not return to his work immediately. He looks across the field. There is a quiet sense of completion, though the work is never truly finished. The land will always need care, but for today, enough has been done. Others begin to stop as well. Tools are lifted, then gently set aside. Hands brush away loose soil. A few quiet words are exchanged, but they are not necessary. The shared understanding is enough. The cart is prepared again. What has been gathered is secured. The animal shifts slightly, then begins to move. The wheels turn once more, carrying the slow weight of the day's work back toward the village. The villagers follow, not in a group, but in a loose, quiet line. Each person walks at their own pace. The path back feels familiar, just as it did in the morning, but the feeling is different now. There is a softness that comes with the end of effort, a quiet release. As they walk, the breeze moves gently around them. It carries the scent of the fields, the warmth of the sun, and the faint hint of the village ahead, smoke, food, and rest. Back in the village, the woman finishes her stitching.
She ties the thread and smooths the fabric with her hands. The tear is no longer visible. The cloth is whole again. She sets it aside, not with pride, but with quiet satisfaction. The child looks up for a moment, then returns to the stones. The older man notices the shift in light. He lifts his head slightly, seeing the longer shadows, the warmer tone of the sun. He knows, without thinking, that the others will soon return. And they do. One by one, the villagers begin to appear at the edge of the path. Their steps are steady, their movements calm. They carry their tools, their baskets, their quiet presence back into the village. No one speaks loudly, no one rushes forward. The return is as gentle as the departure. The cart arrives last, rolling slowly into place. It comes to rest with a soft creak, then becomes still. The animal lowers its head slightly, breathing slowly. It too has followed the same quiet rhythm. The village begins to fill again, but it does not grow loud. It simply becomes whole once more. Evening is not yet here, but it is approaching, and as the sun continues its slow descent, the quiet life inside the Roman village moves gently toward its next soft moment, held in the same calm rhythm that has carried it through the day.
The light begins to soften. The sun lowers a little more, and its warmth changes into something quieter, something that rests more gently on the skin. The brightness of the afternoon fades into a softer glow, spreading across the village and the fields like a calm, golden layer. The villagers have returned. Their footsteps, once spread across the open land, now settle again into the narrow paths between the homes. The movement is unhurried. Each person carries the quiet weight of the day, not as a burden, but as something familiar and complete. The man walks back toward his house. His tool rests against his shoulder, not heavy, but present. The path beneath his feet feels different now. It holds the warmth of the entire day, releasing it slowly as the evening approaches. He reaches his doorway and pauses, not because he needs to, but because it is part of the rhythm, a moment between the work and the rest, a breath that belongs only to him. Then he steps inside. The air within the house is cooler. The walls have kept out the full heat of the sun, holding a gentle calm. The faint scent of earlier cooking still lingers, mixed now with the quiet stillness of the room. He sets his tool down carefully. Nothing is dropped, nothing is thrown aside. Each object has its place, and it returns there without force. Outside, more villagers arrive. A woman sets down her basket near the doorway. She stretches her arms slowly, feeling the release of effort. A child runs a few small steps toward her, then slows, matching the quiet tone of the evening. There is no loud greeting, only a soft presence shared between them. Near the center of the village, the cart has been brought to rest. The bundles it carried are lifted down one by one, placed gently on the ground, or carried into nearby homes. The animal that pulled it stands quietly. Its breathing is slow. A man walks up beside it and rests a hand on its neck for a moment, a simple gesture of care. The animal does not move away. It remains still, accepting the quiet touch. The sky begins to change. The pale blue softens into warmer tones. Hints of gold and light orange spread slowly near the horizon, blending gently with the fading day. The air cools, just slightly, enough to be noticed. In the village, small fires are lit again, not all at once, one by one. A thin line of smoke rises from a hearth, then another, then another. The scent drifts upward, mixing with the evening air. It carries the promise of another simple meal, another shared moment.
Inside the homes, movement resumes in a quieter form. The woman who mended the cloth now prepares the evening food. Her hands move slowly, without hurry. She adds ingredients one at a time, stirring gently, watching as everything comes together. The sound of the fire is soft, a low crackle, a steady warmth. The child sits nearby again, watching. The same quiet learning continues. In another house, water is poured into a basin. A man washes his hands slowly, letting the dust of the field drift away into the water. He does not rush the motion. Each movement feels like a small return to stillness. He dries his hands on a cloth, then steps outside again. The evening air greets him. It feels different now, cooler, softer. He takes a slow breath. Across the village, similar moments unfold. Hands are washed, tools are set aside, clothing is adjusted. Bodies shift from the effort of the day into the calm of evening. The older man rises slowly from his bench. His movements are careful but steady. He walks a short distance, then pauses, looking out at the changing sky. The colors deepen slightly. The light grows softer. He watches without speaking, without needing to share the moment. It belongs to everyone, quietly. In the open space between the houses, a few villagers gather, not in a formal way, just a natural coming together. They sit or stand nearby, close enough to feel each other's presence, but not crowded. A few quiet words are exchanged, simple things, observations of the day, small thoughts, nothing heavy, nothing urgent. The sound of voices is low, blending easily into the background of the evening. A child walks slowly across the space, holding a small object found earlier in the day. They look at it closely, turning it in their hands, then sit near one of the adults. No explanation is given. None is needed. The object is simply part of the moment. In the distance, the fields rest. The work has stopped. The land remains still, holding the quiet marks of the day's effort. The rows lie undisturbed, waiting for tomorrow, but not asking for it. The breeze moves gently across them, just as it moves through the village, connecting everything. The sun lowers further. Its light now stretches long across the ground, creating soft shadows that reach out once more. The warmth fades slowly, leaving behind a calm, balanced air. Inside the homes, the food is ready. Bowls are filled. Bread is shared again. The meals are simple, but they are enough. Each person eats slowly. There is no rush to finish. The act itself is quiet and steady. Between bites, there are pauses, moments where nothing happens, moments where everything simply exists. The older man sits once more, now inside his home. He eats in silence, his movements slow, his presence calm. The fire nearby gives off a gentle glow, lighting the space in soft, uneven tones. The child in another house leans slightly against a wall, growing quieter now. The day has been long, though not in a heavy way. The body begins to soften, to slow. Outside, the sky continues to darken. The warm tones fade into deeper shades. The first faint stars begin to appear again, just as they did the night before. The cycle continues, not with force, not with demand, but with quiet certainty. The village grows still once more. Doors close softly. Voices fade. Fires settle into embers. The air cools further, enwrapping the homes in a gentle calm. The man lies down again, just as he did the night before. The same space, the same quiet. He closes his eyes slowly. There is no rush into sleep, only a gradual drifting. Outside, the village rests. The wind moves softly through the paths. The stars remain steady above. and as the night returns, the quiet life inside the Roman village continues, unchanged, unbroken, and gently carried forward into another calm and peaceful darkness.
The night deepens once more. Darkness settles gently over the village, not as something heavy, but as a quiet covering that softens every shape and sound. The last traces of evening light fade from the horizon, leaving behind a sky filled with small, steady stars. The air is cooler now. It moves slowly between the houses, slipping through narrow spaces, brushing lightly against walls that still hold a faint memory of the day's warmth. The ground has begun to release the heat it gathered, and the village breathes in a slower, softer rhythm. Inside the homes, most are asleep. The fires have quieted into low embers, glowing faintly in the dark. Their light is soft, barely reaching beyond the hearth, but it is enough to hold a gentle warmth in the room. The man lies still. His breathing is slow and even. The work of the day has settled into his body, not as strain, but as a quiet heaviness that allows him to rest deeply. There are no restless thoughts, no sharp interruptions, only calm. In another home, the child turns slightly in sleep. A small hand shifts against the woven blanket. The movement is soft, almost unnoticeable, and then stillness returns. Outside, the village is nearly silent. There are no voices now, no footsteps, only the faint natural sounds that remain. The wind moving gently, and distant animals shifting once, then becoming still again. The quiet creak of wood as it settles. These sounds come and go without drawing attention. They belong to the night. Near the edge of the village, the fields rest under the open sky. The rows of soil, worked so carefully during the day, now lie undisturbed. The shapes are softened by darkness, but they remain present, part of the land's quiet form. The breeze passes over them, carrying a cool touch. Nothing moves quickly. Nothing breaks the calm. Time continues, though it feels almost suspended. The stars above remain steady. They do not flicker with urgency. They simply exist, distant and quiet, watching over the land without change. Hours pass in this stillness. There is no need to measure them. The night does not ask to be counted. It simply unfolds. In one home, a faint shift occurs. The man wakes briefly, not fully, just enough to open his eyes for a moment. The room is dark, but not unfamiliar. He listens. Nothing has changed. The same soft quiet surrounds him, the same steady air. He closes his eyes again. Sleep returns easily. There is no struggle, no interruption, only a smooth drifting back into rest. Outside, the breeze grows slightly cooler. It moves through the village paths, along the edges of the houses, over the well, and toward the open land beyond. It carries no strong scent now, only the faint trace of earth and wood. The embers in the hearths dim further. Their glow becomes softer, quieter, until it is almost gone. Darkness deepens, but it is not empty. It is full in its own quiet way, a sense of stillness that holds everything gently in place. Near the center of the village, the well stands silent. Its surface reflects a small portion of the sky above, a faint shimmer of starlight on water. No one approaches it now. It waits, just as it always does, ready for the morning. The paths remain empty. The stones cool slowly beneath the night air. Each one holds a memory of footsteps, of movement, of life, but for now, they rest. In the distance, beyond the fields, the land stretches quietly into darkness. There are no lights there, only the natural shape of the earth, softened by night. The sky above remains clear. More stars seem to appear as the hours pass, though they were always there, simply hidden by the light of day. They shine softly, never too bright, never demanding attention. The village remains unchanged in its sleep. Each home holds its own quiet world, families resting, breaths rising and falling in slow rhythm. Nothing disturbs them. Nothing needs to. The night continues, steady and calm. At some point, without any clear moment, the darkness begins to soften again. It is very subtle at first, almost unnoticeable, but the sky at the far edge of the horizon shifts ever so slightly. A faint light begins to gather, not enough to brighten the land, but enough to suggest what is coming. The cycle moves forward, gently, without force. The breeze carries a slightly different feeling now, still cool, but touched with the quiet promise of morning. The stars remain, but their presence begins to fade slowly, as if they are stepping back, making space. Inside the homes, the stillness remains, but soon it will begin to change, just as it did before, just as it always does. The man will wake again. The village will stir. The fires will be lit. The paths will fill with soft footsteps. The fields will welcome the steady return of work. But for now, in this final stretch of night, everything rests in perfect calm. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is demanded. The quiet holds. And as the first faint light begins to return to the sky, the peaceful life inside the Roman village prepares, without knowing, to begin again, just as gently, just as steadily, and just as quietly as it always has.
The first light of morning returns in silence. It does not arrive all at once. It grows slowly, spreading across the horizon like a soft breath. The darkness begins to loosen its hold, not suddenly, but gently, allowing the shapes of the land to come back into view. The stars fade one by one. They do not disappear quickly. They simply grow fainter, as if stepping quietly away from the sky. The village remains still. For a few moments there is a quiet balance between night and day. The air is cool again, carrying a freshness that feels new, even though it has come many times before. The ground holds a slight chill, and the walls of the houses feel calm and steady beneath the growing light. Inside the homes, the first movements begin, not all at once, just a single shift here, a quiet breath there. The man opens his eyes again. The same room surrounds him, the same soft darkness, now touched with the faintest hint of gray. He does not move immediately. He listens just as he did the morning before. The silence feels different now, lighter. He sits up slowly. The woven blanket slips gently from his shoulders. The air touches his skin, cool but not uncomfortable. He pauses for a moment, letting himself fully wake without hurry. Then, as before, he reaches for his tunic. The fabric feels familiar in his hands. It has been worn many times, shaped by use, softened by time. He puts it on without thought, his movements quiet and steady. He steps outside. The village greets him again. But it is not the same as yesterday. It never is, even in its sameness. The sky is pale now, shifting from gray into soft blue. The horizon glows faintly, holding the promise of another day. The air moves gently, brushing past him with a light touch. He takes a slow breath. The scent of the earth is fresh, slightly damp. It feels like a beginning. He stands still for a moment, just as before, not thinking ahead, not looking back, only present in the quiet. A door opens nearby. Another villager steps out, wrapping a cloth around their shoulders. They pause briefly, noticing the light, the air, the stillness. A small nod is shared. No words,
None are needed. The rhythm begins again. Near the well, the rope hangs still. Soon it will move. Soon the soft creak will return. But for now, it waits. Inside one of the homes, a woman stirs. She rises slowly, careful not to wake the child beside her. She moves toward the hearth where the embers from the night before rest quietly. She kneels and gently arranges small pieces of wood. Then she leans forward and blows softly. The embers respond. A faint glow brightens, then grows. A small flame appears, flickering gently. The fire returns. Its warmth spreads slowly through the room. The same pattern continues, the same quiet care. Outside, the first bird calls, a soft, simple sound. Then another answers. The air begins to fill with these small voices, not loud, but present. The village listens. The man walks again toward the well. His steps follow the same path, but each movement feels new in its own quiet way. The ground is cool beneath his feet. The stones hold the memory of the night. He lowers the bucket. The rope moves. The sound returns, a soft creak, steady and familiar. The bucket reaches the water, a gentle splash. He pulls it back up, feeling the weight, the resistance, the quiet strength in his arms. Water rises again, clear, still. He pours it into a vessel. This simple act marks the beginning. Back in the homes, more people wake. A child stirs, then opens their eyes slowly. They sit up, looking at the soft light entering through the doorway. The world feels calm, unchanged, and yet gently new. They do not rush. They sit for a moment, watching the fire, just as before. Learning begins again, without instruction. The woman adds a small pot to the fire. The water warms slowly. The scent of the morning begins to form. Wood smoke, fresh air, a hint of herbs waiting to be used. Outside, more footsteps appear on the paths, one by one, each person stepping into the day at their own pace. Two men pass each other. They exchange a quiet greeting, a few simple words, nothing more. The sky grows brighter. The pale blue deepens. The light touches the tops of the houses, then the paths, then the ground. Shadows form again, long and soft. The village wakes fully, but it does not rush. It never does. Everything unfolds as it always has. The cart stands where it rested. The tools remain where they were placed. The fields wait in the distance, unchanged, ready. The man returns to his home with the water. He sets it down carefully. Nothing spills. Nothing is wasted. The woman prepares the morning meal. Bread is brought out, simple, steady. The child watches. The older man steps outside once more. He feels the morning air, cool and gentle. He closes his eyes briefly, letting the moment pass through him. Then he opens them again. The same village, the same quiet, the same life. And yet it is the beginning of another day. The birds continue their soft calls. The breeze moves lightly. The smoke rises in thin lines. The people begin their small, steady tasks. Nothing changes quickly. Nothing needs to. The rhythm holds. The pattern continues. And as the sun slowly rises again over the land, the quiet life inside the Roman village begins once more, calm, steady, and gently carried forward, just as it has always been.
The morning grows again, slowly and without effort. The sun lifts itself a little higher, and its light spreads more fully across the village. The cool air begins to soften, though it still carries a gentle freshness that lingers from the night. Shadows stretch long across the ground, resting beside walls and along the paths. The rhythm of the day returns, just as before. The man finishes his simple meal. He rises quietly, brushing his hands together, letting small crumbs fall to the ground. There is no need to hurry. The day will unfold in its own time, just as it always does. He reaches for his tool. The wood feels smooth beneath his hand, worn by use. The weight is familiar, steady. He lifts it easily and steps outside once more. The path awaits him. He does not pause long this time. His feet begin to move, following the same direction as the day before. Around him, others begin their own quiet journeys toward the fields. A woman steps out of her home, adjusting a cloth around her shoulders. A child stands in the doorway for a moment, watching the morning light. The older man walks slowly across the open space, his steps measured and calm. Each person moves in their own way, yet all are part of the same quiet pattern. The village hums softly with life. Not loudly, not sharply, just a gentle presence that fills the space. Near the well, the rope moves again. Another bucket is lowered. Another quiet splash. Water continues to rise from below, just as it has for many years. A young boy watches closely, then steps forward, ready to try again. His hands reach for the rope, his movements more confident now. He lowers the bucket slowly, carefully. The sound returns, the same soft creak, the same gentle rhythm. Learning continues without words. The woman nearby watches, just as before. She does not interrupt, she does not correct. She simply observes, and that is enough. The man walks farther along the path. The village begins to fade behind him, though it is never far. The fields come into view again, stretching outward beneath the growing light. The land feels open, quiet, ready. He steps onto the soil once more. The ground is slightly cooler than it was yesterday afternoon. It holds the memory of the night, the calm of darkness, now slowly warming again. He pauses briefly, then begins. The tool presses into the earth. The soil turns. The rhythm returns. Around him others arrive, not all at once, but steadily, one by one. They take their places, not marked by lines or signs, but known through habit and memory. The work begins again, slow, steady, unbroken. The sound of metal against soil rises softly, blending with the movement of the breeze. The air carries the scent of fresh earth once more, deep and calm. A bird lands nearby. It watches, then moves along the edge of the row, following its own quiet path. The man does not look up often. He does not need to. The work guides him. The movement of his hands, the feel of the soil, the quiet rhythm of breath, all of it moves together. Back in the village, the morning continues. The woman who prepared the meal now cleans the simple bowls. She uses only a small amount of water, careful not to waste it. Her hands move slowly, gently, as if the act itself is part of a larger calm. The child sits nearby again, watching, learning. The same patterns repeat, but they do not feel empty. They feel steady, grounded. In another home, a man adjusts a wooden frame. He tightens a joint, presses it into place, then steps back to look at it. The structure is simple, but it serves its purpose. He nods slightly,
then sets his tools aside. Outside, the older man returns to his place near the wall. The sun has risen enough to warm the ground, but there is still shade where he sits. He lowers himself slowly onto the bench, feeling the familiar support beneath him. He watches the village again, but now more people have left. The paths are quieter, the sounds softer. A woman walks past carrying a small basket of herbs. The scent trails behind her, faint but pleasant. She moves toward her home, her steps light and even. The breeze passes again. It lifts a corner of cloth, moves across the open space, then fades. Nothing holds it. Nothing stops it. Time continues to pass. The sun rises higher. The shadows shorten slowly. The warmth grows. In the fields, the work deepens. The man continues along his row. His movements are steady, repeated, each action flowing into the next without interruption. He does not think about how long it will take. He does not measure the progress in numbers. He simply works. Nearby, another man pauses and stretches. He looks out across the land. The fields stretch wide, but not endlessly. They are known, familiar. He takes a slow breath, then returns to his place. The rhythm resumes. Back in the village, a small fire is adjusted. The woman adds another piece of wood. The flame grows slightly, then settles. The pot above it begins to warm again. The scent of food slowly returns to the air. A dog walks quietly across the open space, its steps soft against the ground. It pauses, looks around, then lies down in a patch of sunlight. The warmth rests gently on its back. It closes his eyes. Stillness returns. The older man watches for a moment, then shifts his gaze to the sky. The blue has deepened. The light has grown. The day moves forward. In the fields, the work continues. The soil turns. The hands move. The breath flows. Nothing breaks the calm. Nothing disturbs the rhythm. Each moment follows the one before, quietly, gently. And as the morning continues to unfold once again, the life inside the Roman village moves forward in the same steady pattern, unchanged, unhurried, and softly carried by the simple passage of time.
The sun climbs higher now, spreading warmth across the village in gentle waves. The light touches the roofs of the homes first, glinting faintly on clay tiles, then moving slowly down the walls, across the paths, and finally onto the fields beyond. Everything is bathed in a soft, even glow. The villagers continue their quiet work, each motion deliberate and calm. There is no haste, there is no urgency, only the slow unfolding of the day, guided by rhythm and habit rather than command. The man in the field presses his tool into the soil once more. The earth is soft beneath his hands now, slightly warmed by the morning sun. He moves steadily along his row, lifting and turning, pressing and patting, each motion blending into the next. His breathing is calm, matched to the pace of his hands and the pulse of the land. Nearby, a woman carries a basket of freshly gathered vegetables. She moves along the path between the fields and the homes, steps measured and even. The weight of the basket is familiar. Her body knows how to carry it without strain. She pauses briefly to set it down, resting her hands lightly on the handle, then picks it up again and continues. A child follows quietly behind her, carrying a smaller basket. The child's steps are soft, cautious, as if learning the rhythm of the day by watching each movement. Sometimes the child's gaze lifts to the sky, watching the clouds drift slowly, then returns to the path beneath their feet.
The older man sits once more on his bench. He watches the movement around him, his eyes soft, his body still. He notices small details, the way sunlight filters through a tree branch, the gentle sway of a leaf, the glint of water in the well. These things are not remarkable in the way a story might call attention to them, but they hold quiet significance in the steady life of the village. The wind moves lightly across the open spaces, carrying with it the soft scent of soil, herbs, and the faint warmth of the sun on stone. It stirs the edges of cloth hung out to dry, moves gently across the surface of the water in a basin, and brushes past the villagers as they continue their morning tasks. Inside one of the homes, the woman finishes preparing a simple meal. She sets the bowls carefully on the low table, each placement deliberate. The aroma is subtle. Bread warmed on the hearth, a few herbs, a small portion of lentils or grain. She does not call anyone to eat. The meal is ready, and those who are near come quietly to it, taking what they need without rush or ceremony. The child sits beside her again, picking at a small piece of bread, chewing slowly. There is no hurry to finish. Every bite is savored, every moment acknowledged in its quiet simplicity. The older man rises slowly from his bench and stretches his arms. He moves with a careful grace, feeling the warmth of the sun and the subtle movement of his own body. He steps toward the center of the village, passing the quiet homes and the low walls, and pauses to watch a bird land on a roof. It tilts its head, chirps softly, and then continues along the ridge, moving in measured steps across the tiles. The village hums softly with life, not a loud or insistent sound, but a collection of small, gentle movements, a door opening, a bowl being placed down, the scraping of a tool against wood, the faint murmur of a low conversation. Each sound is minor on its own, but together they form a calm, continuous rhythm that fills the space. Back in the fields, the man pauses once more. He wipes a small trickle of sweat from his forehead and looks across the land. The soil, turned and tended, stretches in even rows. The plants have begun to lift gently in the warmth, reaching toward the sun without effort or awareness. He takes a slow breath, feeling the connection between his work, the land, and the quiet presence of the other villagers who share this space with him. A woman in the distance leans lightly on her tool, resting for a few breaths. Another child runs along the edge of a row, picking a small leaf or flower and dropping it into a basket. The air carries faint laughter, soft and fleeting, blending seamlessly with the sound of wind through the grass. The sun continues to climb, the warmth spreading slowly but steadily. Shadows shrink beneath the trees and walls. The day is fully present, yet still calm, still gentle. The older man walks toward the well. The rope hangs quietly, waiting for the next movement. He lifts it slowly, allowing the bucket to descend with care. The water catches the faint sunlight and glints softly before it fills the vessel. He lifts it with steady strength, walks a few steps, and pours it into a larger container. Each motion flows smoothly into the next, uninterrupted and calm. Nearby, the woman who has been gathering vegetables returns, her steps deliberate, her basket now heavier. She passes another villager carrying a simple bundle of kindling. Neither speaks. A small nod, a faint gesture is enough. Words are necessary in the shared understanding of the village's quiet life. The day progresses slowly, each hour marked not by clocks or numbers, but by the natural shift of sunlight, the soft movement of air, and the subtle rhythm of bodies at work. The man returns to his field and continues. He lifts, presses, and turns the soil with gentle care.
The rhythm is uninterrupted. He does not think about time, about what comes next or what has passed. He exists fully in this moment, as does everyone else in the village. A small dog walks past him, pausing to sniff the ground, then lying down in the shade of a nearby tree. Its breathing is soft, almost imperceptible, yet it is a presence, quiet but alive. The older man sits again, this time on a low stone wall. He watches the land, the paths, the people, and the slow movement of life. The sun is high but gentle, and the air feels steady. He breathes in slowly, allowing the calm to fill him entirely. All around, the village continues in soft rhythm. The simple acts of work, care, observation, and rest are repeated over and over, each cycle merging into the next. There is no rush, there is no disturbance. And as the day unfolds in its gentle, steady pace, the quiet life inside the Roman village continues, calm, consistent, and softly carried forward in an unbroken, peaceful rhythm.
The day moves forward slowly, almost imperceptibly. The sun has climbed higher now, warming the clay roofs, the smooth stones of the paths, and the turned soil of the fields. Its light is steady and gentle, neither harsh nor urgent, spreading evenly across the village. The man continues in his field. Each movement of the tool through the earth is deliberate, calm, and steady. His hands know the soil intimately, recognizing its texture, its moisture, and its resistance. Each row is worked with care, a rhythm as soft and certain as breathing. He does not pause often, but when he does, it is not from fatigue, it is from noticing, from a quiet acknowledgement of the world around him, the breeze brushing the leaves, the faint rustle of a small bird in the distance, the gentle sway of the taller plants along the edges of the field. Nearby, another villager carries a basket of fresh herbs. Her steps are quiet, yet confident. She moves along the familiar path, pausing briefly to shift the weight slightly, resting it against her hip. Her eyes sweep the land, noting nothing in particular, yet taking in everything. The glow of sunlight on the earth, the movement of the clouds above, the faint ripple of air through the wheat. She reaches the edge of her home and sets the basket down carefully. No sound is made, save for the soft thump of woven straw against stone. The child sits nearby on the path, watching intently. Their small hands rest in the lap, still for a moment, then reach for a stone, turning it slowly, examining its texture, its weight, the subtle warmth it has absorbed from the day. The child is learning through observation and quiet repetition, not through instruction, simply by being present. The older man remains seated on his bench, though he shifts his weight slightly to follow the shade moving along the wall. His eyes, half closed, rest on the field, the path, the people moving through the space. He watches without expectation. He listens without urgency. The soft sigh of the wind, the faint scrape of a wooden tool, the distant murmur of a voice, all these sounds weave together into a subtle, continuous music of daily life. A woman at the hearth inside one of the homes begins to prepare the midday meal. She works slowly, deliberately, adding each ingredient with care, stirring and adjusting. The smell rises into the room, warm and earthy. She does not call anyone to eat. Those who are nearby join quietly, each taking what they need in their own time, without fuss or ceremony. The meal itself is simple: a bit of grain, some vegetables, perhaps a small piece of bread. Enough to sustain, enough to warm, nothing more. Outside, the wind moves through the village paths. It is gentle, carrying the mixed scents of earth, stone, herbs, and clay. It lifts a corner of a cloth hung to dry, brushing it lightly before letting it fall back in place.
It stirs the leaves of a small tree near the center of the village, making a quiet, rustling sound that blends seamlessly into the background of all other small noises. In the fields, the man finishes one row and moves to the next. His motions remain calm, unhurried. The tool presses into the earth, turns it over, then lifts again. Each repetition flows naturally into the next, a steady, continuous rhythm. He breathes slowly, each inhalation and exhalation perfectly aligned with the movement of his body. The heat of the sun rises slightly, but it is tempered by the occasional breath of wind, soft and cooling. The woman with the basket of herbs moves again. She gathers what she needs, arranging the plants carefully, noting their color, their texture, the way they release their scent when touched. Each motion is precise, gentle, and thoughtful. She moves through the space with quiet purpose, never rushing, always attentive. A child picks up a small twig, examines it, then sets it down. They find a smooth stone, turn it over in their hands, then place it beside another stone they had chosen before. Each small action seems insignificant, yet it contributes to the overall calm of the village. Each movement, each breath, each quiet glance holds the day together. The older man shifts slightly again, feeling the warmth of the sun now higher on the wall. He takes a slow breath, noticing the gentle rise and fall of his chest. He leans back, letting his body relax, feeling the solidity of the bench beneath him, the steadiness of the ground below. Around him, the village moves quietly, each person attending to their own small task, yet part of the collective rhythm. From one of the homes comes a faint sound of a pot being set down on the table. The woman inside adjusts a cloth around her shoulders, then pours a small amount of water into a cup. The child nearby watches, fascinated by the motion, the sound, the slow, deliberate action. It is a lesson in calm, in presence, in attention without pressure. The man in the field pauses briefly, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. He looks across the rows he has tended. The earth has been turned, the soil loose and ready. The rhythm of work continues in his mind, even as he rests for a single soft breath. Around him, the breeze moves, the small birds call softly, and the faint rustle of distant leaves reminds him that the day is alive, though it moves without haste. In the center of the village, the well remains quiet. The rope hangs still, ready for the next bucket to descend. A faint reflection of the sun glints on the water. Soon someone will draw it, as they always do, but for now it rests, waiting patiently. The paths are occupied now by a few villagers moving slowly between homes, carrying small bundles or water, exchanging soft greetings. Their words are low, calm, and gentle. No one speaks louder than necessary. Each step, each motion is in harmony with the pace of the day. The older man rises slowly. His joints make no sound. His movements are deliberate. He steps along the path towards a small stone wall, pausing briefly to rest a hand on its surface. He notices the subtle warmth it has gathered from the sun. He takes a slow breath, letting the calm of the day fill him entirely. In the fields, the man continues. The rows are nearly complete. Each press of the tool, each turn of soil, each sweep of his hand is measured and careful. The rhythm of labor is steady, almost meditative. There is no hurry, no expectation beyond the work itself. Near the village edge, a woman sets a basket down beside a tree. She adjusts a piece of cloth, letting it fall naturally. She pauses, listening to the soft sounds of the day, the wind moving through the branches, the distant chirp of a bird, the faint movement of animals in the nearby fields. The moment is quiet, complete, and undisturbed. The child follows her slowly, picking up a small twig, examining it,
then setting it down. Each motion is gentle, unhurried, deliberate. There is no rush to do more, no pressure to move faster. The day unfolds naturally, guided only by attention and presence. The man finishes the last row. He sets the tool aside carefully. The soil rests now, turned and even, ready to nourish what will grow. He stands, stretches lightly, and looks across the field. The sun is higher, warming his back and the land around him. The older man sits once more, leaning slightly against the stone wall. He watches the village, the paths, the people moving through the space, the trees, and the slow, steady unfolding of the day. The morning moves gently into afternoon, the sun's light growing warmer, shadows shortening, the air steady and calm. The quiet life inside the Roman village continues, unbroken, soft, and perfectly carried forward in the slow, unhurried rhythm of daily existence.
The sun now stands higher in the sky, its warmth spreading evenly over the village. The air feels steady, neither too cool nor too hot. It moves lightly, brushing against walls, stirring the edges of cloth hung to dry, lifting faint scents from the earth and the plants. The day is fully present, and with it comes the steady rhythm of work, care, and quiet attention. The man in the field continues his labor. His movements are calm, measured, and deliberate. Each press of his tool, each turn of the soil, flows naturally into the next. His breathing is even, in harmony with the rhythm of his hands. The soil is soft beneath the sun-warmed surface, ready to receive what will grow. He notices the subtle changes in the earth, the way a clump holds together, the faint sparkle of moisture, the gentle scent released as he works. Each detail is acknowledged with quiet care. Nearby, another villager carries a basket of freshly gathered produce. She moves slowly along the path, careful with the weight, pausing occasionally to adjust it against her body. She does not rush, she does not hurry. Each step is a gentle continuation of the day, part of the quiet flow that fills the village. The child follows a short distance behind, carrying a small basket of their own. Their movements are careful, deliberate, and slow. They watch the soil, the plants, and the motions of the adults around them, learning through observation, learning through presence. A leaf drifts to the ground, caught briefly in the breeze, and the child reaches down to lift it, examining its shape before letting it fall again. The motion is small, almost imperceptible, yet it fits perfectly into the calm rhythm of the village. The older man remains on his bench, observing. His eyes follow the paths, the fields, the movements of people and animals alike. He does not interrupt or interfere. He simply notices, feeling the continuity of life, the slow, steady pulse of existence that moves through every corner of the village. The wind carries the faint scents of herbs, warm earth, and sun-warmed stone. Each inhalation is a quiet acknowledgement of the moment, full of subtle textures and gentle presence. A woman inside one of the homes begins preparing the midday meal. Her hands move slowly over the simple ingredients, a handful of grain, some vegetables, perhaps a small piece of cheese or bread. She stirs, adjusts, and tastes gently. The aroma rises into the room, warm and familiar. Those nearby gather quietly, each taking their place without words, without ceremony. The meal is simple, sufficient, calm. Outside, the wind continues to move lightly across the village. It lifts a corner of a cloth hung to dry, brushes a tree branch, ruffles a dog's fur as it naps in the shade. These small motions are unnoticed individually, but together they create a quiet, continuous presence that fills the space,
blending seamlessly with the sounds of the earth and human activity. The man in the field pauses briefly to rest his hands on the handle of his tool. He looks across the rows he has tended. The soil is turned evenly, ready for seeds or water. He breathes slowly, feeling the warmth of the sun, the coolness of the earth beneath his feet, the steady presence of others around him. He lifts the tool again, and the rhythm continues, unbroken, calm, measured. A woman carrying herbs stops briefly near the well. She lowers her basket and draws a bucket of water. The rope creaks softly as the bucket descends and returns, water glinting faintly in the sunlight. She pours it carefully into a larger container, watching the slow movement of liquid, noticing its clarity and weight. No hurry, no distraction, only the deliberate care of each action. The child explores a short distance from the house, picking up a small stone, turning it over in the sunlight, feeling its coolness, its smooth surface. They place it back gently, moving to a larger stone and repeating the careful, quiet motion. Each small act contributes to the stillness of the village, the rhythm of learning and being present. The older man rises slowly from his bench. He shifts his weight carefully, feeling the support beneath him. He steps toward a small stone wall, resting a hand lightly on it as he walks. The sun warms his back. The village stretches around him, paths and homes and fields bathed in soft light. He breathes deeply, noticing the movement of the air, the warmth of the sun, the subtle sounds that fill the space, the scrape of a tool, the distant call of a bird, the faint rustle of leaves. Nearby, a woman adjusts the position of a cloth over her shoulders. She pauses for a moment, listening, observing, allowing herself to feel the quiet balance of work and rest. The sun warms her skin, the breeze brushes her hair, and the day continues around her, steady, unbroken, calm. The man in the field finishes a row. He sets his tool aside carefully, resting for a moment. He notices the gentle sway of the plants along the edges of the field, the warmth of the soil beneath his feet, the light moving across the land. Then, without hurry, he moves to the next row, continuing the steady, quiet rhythm of his work. In the center of the village, the well stands, as it always does. The rope hangs still. The water glints faintly in the sunlight. Soon someone will draw from it, as they always do. The rhythm continues, unchanged, steady, soft. The paths are filled with small, deliberate movement. Villagers carry bundles, water, or food. Children follow along, observing, learning, imitating quietly. There is no rush, there is no pressure. Each step is soft, each gesture careful, each breath calm. The older man sits again on the low stone wall. He watches quietly, taking in the sights, the movements, the presence of life in each small detail. The warmth of the sun, the light in the air, the movement of people and animals, all are part of the steady unfolding of the day. The midday continues. The sun climbs higher, shadows shorten, the air grows warmer. Each motion, each breath, each sound remains calm, soft, and steady. The life of the village flows naturally, without interruption, without force. And as the sun reaches its height, the quiet life inside the Roman village persists. The rhythm of work, of care, of presence continues softly. Hands move through soil, water flows from the well, children watch and learn, the air carries scents of earth and food, and the gentle pulse of daily life remains unbroken, calm, and softly carried forward into the afternoon.
The afternoon settles into the village with a soft, steady warmth. The sun, now leaning slightly toward the west, casts a gentle glow across the fields and rooftops. Shadows stretch long again, softening the edges of walls, paths, and the contours of the land. The light is neither harsh nor pressing. It simply rests, slowly, evenly, over everything. The man in the field continues his work. His hands, steady and practiced, move through the soil with ease. Each press of the tool, each turn of the earth is deliberate, rhythmic, meditative. His breathing matches the motion, slow, steady, calm. The faint rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of distant birds, the occasional stir of a small animal in the grass, all blend quietly into the background of his labor. The day is warm, but the air moves lightly, keeping each moment gentle and measured. A woman carries a small basket of harvested herbs along the path. She moves slowly, adjusting the weight against her hip, pausing occasionally to notice the way the sunlight glimmers through a leaf or touches a clay wall. Each step is careful and even, a quiet, natural part of the rhythm of the afternoon. She reaches a home and places the basket down, straightening her cloth and taking a small, steady breath before returning to her next task. The child follows nearby, slower but attentive. Their hands touch the earth, pick up a stone, turn a small branch over in their fingers. These movements are soft, careful, deliberate, as if each action is being noticed for the first time, though it is simply a continuation of the life around them. The child's eyes lift toward the sky, watching the clouds drift lazily across the soft blue, then return to the ground, to the small world at their feet. The older man sits on his bench once more. The sunlight warms his shoulders. His hands rest lightly in his lap. His gaze moves over the village, taking in the paths, the rooftops, the small movements of people and animals alike. He notices everything and nothing at once. The gentle sway of a branch, the faint shimmer of water in the well, the distant stretch of field. The rhythm of life continues, steady and calm, and he is part of it simply by being present. Inside a home, the woman tends the fire and prepares the late afternoon meal. The aroma of warming bread and simmering vegetables rises softly, carrying into the air. She works slowly, carefully stirring, adjusting, tasting lightly. Her movements are gentle, methodical, each one deliberate, with no urgency. Those nearby come quietly to take their portions when they are ready, without words or ceremony. The meal is simple, steady, nourishing. The man in the field pauses briefly. He wipes the sweat from his brow and glances across the rows he has worked. The soil lies even and smooth, warm from the sun, ready to sustain the seeds soon to be planted. He lifts the tool again and continues. The rhythm of his labor flows naturally, without thought or strain. Each movement follows the next, a soft, continuous pulse. The woman with the basket of herbs returns from the well. She moves slowly, carrying a full bucket of water. She pours it into a vessel with care, watching the liquid settle, listening to the faint splash, noticing the glint of sunlight on the surface. Each motion is unhurried, each breath calm, each action deliberate. The child sits on a low step, quietly observing. Small hands reach for a stone, feeling its weight, its smooth surface, its coolness from the shade. The stone is placed down carefully, alongside another, and the child watches for a moment before moving on to another small discovery. There is no rush, no expectation, only presence. The older man rises slowly, leaning lightly on the stone wall. He shifts his weight carefully, feeling the warmth of the sun along his back. He steps along the path, pausing occasionally to touch a wall, a branch, a leaf. The movement is gentle,
deliberate, mindful. Around him, the village continues quietly. Tools move, water splashes, footsteps press softly into the earth. The sounds are minimal, the presence continuous, steady. A small dog walks past him, nose to the ground, sniffing lightly before lying down in a patch of shade. It stretches its legs, yawns quietly, and rests. Its breathing is soft, steady, nearly imperceptible. Its presence is a small, calm part of the village rhythm. The sun moves gradually westward. Light touches the tops of walls first, then drifts downward, casting long, soft shadows across paths, homes, and fields. The air grows just slightly cooler, carrying the faint scent of evening, damp earth, dry straw, faint smoke from hearths. The transition is gentle, almost imperceptible. The man in the field sets his tool aside. He wipes his hands on a cloth and looks across the land once more. The rows are complete, neat and even. The soil has absorbed the warmth of the day. The breeze brushes his face, carrying the quiet scent of herbs and grass. He takes a long, steady breath, letting the calm of the afternoon fill him. A woman passes him on the path, carrying a bundle of firewood. Her steps are even, deliberate, careful. She nods lightly, and he nods back. No words are necessary. The shared rhythm of the village is understood without speech. The child wanders slowly toward the field's edge, noticing a flower, touching its petals lightly, then moving on. Each small action is deliberate, soft, observed. Each contributes to the quiet pattern of the afternoon. The older man returns to his bench. He sits, leaning slightly, his gaze soft, following the movements around him without effort or urgency. The sun continues westward, the warmth shifting, the shadows lengthening. The village exists in steady calm, people, animals, earth, stone, and air all moving together in a rhythm that requires no intervention. Inside one of the homes, the woman finishes the afternoon meal. The child eats quietly, savoring each bite without hurry. The simple actions, stirring a pot, setting a bowl, arranging bread, compose a gentle, repeating music of life. Each movement flows naturally into the next, soft and unbroken. The well remains still for now. Its rope hangs quietly, the water glinting faintly in the sunlight. Soon someone will draw it, as always, but for now it rests, steady and calm, an unchanging part of the village's gentle rhythm. The afternoon continues. Light and warmth move slowly across the land. Shadows stretch, shift, and stretch again. The air carries the faintest hum of activity, tools against earth, the soft steps of people, the occasional quiet sound of a bird or small animal. Nothing is hurried, nothing is urgent. Everything exists in a calm, continuous, gentle balance. The man in the field moves once more along the last row. His movements are deliberate, soft, and even. He lifts, presses, turns, breathes, each action a continuation of the steady rhythm of the day. His work is complete, yet there is no sense of finishing. There is only the present, flowing naturally into the next moment, the next motion, the next breath. The older man watches, still seated, taking in the gentle unfolding of late afternoon. The village, the fields, the paths, the animals, the people, and the air itself, all are in quiet harmony. The day continues softly, steadily, and the life inside the Roman village carries on in its calm, unhurried rhythm, moving gently toward evening. The afternoon drifts slowly toward evening. The sun, now leaning lower in the sky, casts a warm, honeyed light across the village. Shadows grow longer, stretching along the paths and walls, softening the edges of stones, trees, and roofs. The air carries a quiet warmth,
tempered by the gentle breeze that moves lightly through the open spaces. Everything seems to pause for a moment, held in the calm transition between day and night. The man in the field finishes the last row. His movements are slower now, deliberate, mindful. He presses his hands to the soil, feeling its warmth, the slight resistance of the earth, the faint dampness from earlier water. He lifts his tool and rests it against his shoulder. The rhythm of labor eases into a gentle stillness. His breathing remains calm, steady, matching the soft pulse of the land around him. Nearby, a woman carries the last of the harvested vegetables from the field back to her home. The basket is light now, the work almost complete. She pauses along the path, adjusting the load, feeling the sun on her shoulders, noticing the lengthening shadows along the walls. She does not hurry. She moves softly, deliberately, the small motions becoming part of the natural rhythm of the village. The child walks slowly behind her, carrying a tiny basket with careful attention. They pause to touch a stone, a leaf, the warm edge of a wall, feeling textures and weight, observing without expectation. Each movement is small, quiet, deliberate. The child's presence, gentle and attentive, fits seamlessly into the slow rhythm of the village. The older man rises from his bench once more. His movements are careful, steady, measured. He leans lightly on the stone wall, feeling the coolness where the shade meets sun, and takes a deep, slow breath. His gaze moves over the village, rooftops glowing faintly in the fading light, paths stretching softly between homes, a few people moving with calm purpose, the fields touched by the gold of late afternoon. He observes without urgency, simply existing in the soft flow of the day. Inside the homes, the final meals of the day begin to be prepared. Fires burn gently, casting warmth and a soft glow. The aroma of bread and vegetables, of herbs and simmering grains, rises and blends with the faint scent of cooling earth outside. The motions are steady, unhurried. The stirring, chopping, and lifting of pots create a soft rhythm, blending with the gentle sounds of life. A dog's paw against the floor, the scrape of a wooden tool, the occasional murmur of voices. The man in the field takes one last slow look over his rows. The soil rests evenly, warm from the sun, shaped and ready. He wipes his brow and stretches gently, feeling the subtle shift in air as the evening begins to settle. He sets his tool carefully down and turns toward the path that leads home, walking softly, deliberately, step by step. A woman comes toward the well, carrying a small bundle of water. She draws from it slowly, carefully, the rope creaking softly as the bucket descends and returns. The water glints faintly in the soft light. She pours it with care, listening to the gentle splash, feeling the weight in her hands, observing the subtle play of sunlight on its surface. Each motion is measured, deliberate, perfectly integrated into the quiet rhythm of the village. The child sits on the steps of a home, quietly watching. Small hands hold a stone, turn it over, feeling its cool smoothness, then set it down carefully. The child picks up a leaf, examines it, and lets it fall gently beside a small pile of other discoveries. Each small action is quiet, deliberate, a reflection of the calm presence that flows through the village. The older man walks slowly along the path, pausing briefly to rest a hand on a wall or the branch of a low tree. The sun has sunk further, and its golden light warms his back. He notices the faint rustle of leaves, the soft movement of air, the subtle hum of life around him. Each detail is acknowledged gently, without thought or distraction, absorbed into the calm awareness that pervades the village.
Nearby, a dog curls up in a patch of sun that remains along the path. Its body rises and falls slowly, softly breathing. Its presence adds to the quiet rhythm, subtle and steady. A small bird hops along the edge of a wall, pauses, chirps lightly, then flutters to the roof. Its movements are gentle, almost imperceptible, yet they blend naturally into the unfolding evening. The villagers move slowly toward their homes. The woman carrying herbs adjusts her cloth around her shoulders and steps into the open doorway. The child follows, placing the small basket down carefully. The man from the fields approaches his own home, setting his tool aside and brushing his hands gently against his tunic. Each step is calm, deliberate, present. The older man settles onto his bench once more, leaning slightly against the stone wall. The sunlight, now softened into gold, touches the village rooftops and walls. Shadows lengthen further, blending into the familiar shapes of the land. The air carries the gentle warmth of the day slowly fading, mixed with the subtle scent of earth, herbs, and wood smoke from hearths. Inside the homes, the final motions of preparation for the evening continue. Pots are set down, bread is broken, meals are served in simple bowls. The aroma of food blends with the faint warmth of the fires, filling the homes with a steady, calm presence. Children sit quietly, watching or eating, their movements soft and measured. Adults move with calm purpose, each action deliberate, fitting into the continuous rhythm of the village. Outside, the wind shifts lightly, brushing across the paths, ruffling the edges of cloth, lifting a leaf or two, fading gently again. The sounds of life soften, the distant creak of a tool set aside, the faint plop of water poured from a bucket, the soft scrape of a wooden bench, the muted voices of those speaking low and gentle. The village breathes quietly as a whole. The man steps into his home, setting his hands on the doorway for a moment, feeling the faint warmth of the sun through the wall. He takes a slow, steady breath, letting the calm of the late afternoon settle fully. The woman nearby tends the fire one last time, adding a small piece of wood, feeling the heat spread slowly through the room. The child moves quietly between the two, observing, learning, existing softly in the rhythm of the day. The older man leans back on his bench for a brief moment. He listens, noticing the subtle sounds, the wind, the faint calls of birds, the rustle of leaves, the soft movement of people and animals. Each sound is gentle, soft, unobtrusive, blending seamlessly with the warmth and glow of the late afternoon. The sun moves closer to the horizon, casting a final golden light across the village. Shadows stretch long and soft. The air grows cooler, carrying a faint hint of evening, a gentle promise of rest. The villagers complete their final tasks of the day. A pot is lifted from the fire, water is poured into a container, a basket is set down, a tool is put away. Each motion is deliberate, measured, calm. And as the day slowly fades toward evening, the quiet life inside the Roman village continues soft and steady. The rhythm of work, care, observation, and presence remains unbroken. The sun dips lower, the shadows grow long, and the air settles into the gentle cool of approaching night. The village rests in harmony, in calm, in continuity, carrying forward the simple, unhurried rhythm of life that has endured, quietly and steadily, for countless days before this one.
Twilight begins to settle softly over the village. The sun has slipped below the horizon, leaving a faint, golden glow that lingers on the rooftops and walls. Shadows deepen, stretching across paths and fields, blending the familiar shapes into softer outlines. The air cools gradually, carrying the faint, earthy scent of the day's warmth slowly fading. Everything moves gently into the quiet, calm pace of evening. The man from the fields walks slowly along the path toward his home. Each step is measured, deliberate, soft against the earth. His hands rest lightly at his sides. He pauses briefly, noticing the faint shimmer of twilight on a patch of clay, the slight rustle of leaves in the gentle evening breeze. He inhales deeply, allowing the quiet stillness of the hour to fill him. Nearby, a woman carries a basket of herbs and vegetables to her home. She adjusts her load carefully, setting it down on the path when the weight shifts. She breathes slowly, steadily, observing the fading light, the faint color of the sky above, the long shadows that stretch across the village. There is no rush, there is no urgency, only the gentle, deliberate motion of care and presence. The child wanders along the edge of the path, noticing a small stone, a fallen leaf, the subtle change of light on a wall. Each action is soft, deliberate, considered. There is no hurry, no expectation, only the quiet, steady rhythm of observation, learning, and being. The older man sits on his bench, leaning lightly against the stone wall. He feels the air cool against his skin, hears the faint evening sounds, the wind brushing against the trees, the distant soft call of a bird settling in for the night, the muted movement of villagers tending to their final tasks. His breathing is slow, measured, in sync with the gentle pulse of the village. Inside the homes, fires burn low, casting a warm, flickering light across walls and furniture. Pots simmer quietly, the aroma of simple food mingling with the earthy scent of cooling clay. Women move softly from hearth to table, stirring, adjusting, setting down the final items for the evening meal. Children sit quietly, picking at their food with slow, deliberate motions. The day's work has ended, but the rhythm continues in the calm, measured pace of domestic life. The man finishes walking the path to his own home. He sets his tool aside, feeling the smooth stone beneath his hands, the gentle warmth that remains from the day. He stretches lightly, noticing the coolness of the air now brushing his skin. His steps are soft, deliberate, and slow as he enters his home. The door swings gently on its hinges, settling quietly as he closes it. Outside, the well stands in the fading light. The rope hangs still. The water reflects the muted glow of twilight, catching the last hints of sunlight. Soon it will be drawn for evening needs, but for now it remains calm, steady, a quiet presence in the center of the village. The woman with her basket adjusts her cloth and steps inside her home. The basket is set down carefully. She takes a slow breath, feeling the cool air of evening, the fading warmth of the day. She moves softly to the hearth, tending the fire, listening to the faint crackle of embers, and noticing the subtle scents of herbs and cooked vegetables. Each motion is gentle, deliberate, and part of the overall calm rhythm of the village. The child picks up a small stone one last time, turning it slowly, feeling its texture, its weight, its smooth surface warmed faintly by the last rays of sunlight. They place it down carefully beside a leaf, a fallen petal, a small collection of quiet discoveries. Each action is soft, deliberate, measured. The child then sits on the steps, quietly observing the gentle flow of the village, the fading light, the sounds of evening settling in. The older man leans back against the stone wall, closing his eyes for a moment. He breathes slowly, deeply, feeling the air cool against his skin, hearing the faint sounds of life winding down, the soft movement of a dog settling in a shaded corner, the distant clink of a tool being set aside, the low murmur of a few final words exchanged quietly. The village moves as a single, calm organism, each part aligned with the slow rhythm of twilight. The man in the field moves toward his hearth. He stretches, feeling the faint warmth of the day lingering in the stones and clay. He kneels briefly to adjust the fire, noticing the soft glow of embers, the gentle flicker of flames casting long shadows across the room. The aroma of food rises faintly, blending with the earthy scent of the walls, the lingering heat, and the quiet of the evening. Outside, the air cools further. Shadows merge, softening the edges of walls, paths, and trees. The faint sounds of life continue, subdued and gentle. A bird settles in the roof rafters. The small dog moves slightly, shifts, then rests. The villagers' movements are minimal now, careful, deliberate, a continuation of the day's rhythm slowing into night. The woman tends the hearth one last time. She adjusts the embers, ensuring a slow, steady warmth through the night. The child observes quietly, their small movements calm and unhurried. The man sits near the hearth, stretching slowly, feeling the subtle heat on his face and hands, listening to the gentle crackle of fire. The older man rests on the bench, the soft wind brushing against his skin, the distant fields fading into shadow. The sky deepens, moving from gold to faint purple, then to the softest indigo. The first stars begin to appear, faint and distant, yet steady and constant. Their light mingles gently with the fading glow on the horizon, a quiet transition from day to night. The villagers finish their last tasks of the day. Pots are set aside, tools are stored carefully. The path to the well is empty. The air carries the faintest traces of herbs, earth, and cooling stone. The child settles near a hearth. The dog rests quietly. The man and woman move softly about their space. The older man leans back, watching the slow, steady passage of time, feeling it in every detail around him. The village grows quiet, not empty, not silent, but calm, measured, steady. The rhythm of life has not ceased. It is only slowed, softened, folded gently into the deep, quiet pace of night. The shadows are long, the light muted, the air cool. The rhythm of work, care, presence, and observation continues softly, blending with the sounds of the evening, the faint rustle of leaves, the soft breathing of animals, the occasional gentle murmur of human voices, all harmonizing with the fading warmth of the day. And so, in the quiet hours of twilight, the Roman village rests in gentle balance. Each person, each animal, each stone and tree, each breath and movement contributes to the unhurried, peaceful rhythm of life. The day fades softly into night. The air cools, the light dims, and the quiet life inside the village continues, calm, steady, and softly carried forward into the comfort of evening.
Night settles gently over the village. The sky darkens gradually, deepening from soft indigo into a rich, quiet blue. Stars begin to appear one by one, tiny, steady points of light, faint but constant, stretching across the sky like a delicate tapestry. The air cools further, carrying the faint scent of earth and herbs, of dry straw and clay walls that still hold a little warmth from the sun. Every sound is softened now, subtle and measured, as if the world itself is exhaling after the long day. The man who worked in the fields has finished his evening meal. He sits near the hearth, the glow of embers casting soft, flickering light across the room. His hands rest loosely in his lap. He breathes slowly, deliberately, noticing the warmth of the fire, the faint scent of cooked grains and vegetables, and the quiet hum of the night outside. The room is calm, every object in its place, every movement gentle and unhurried. The woman tends to the small fire, her motions soft and deliberate. She adjusts the embers slightly, ensuring they will last through the night. The aroma of herbs from the day mingles with the subtle warmth of the fire. She moves without haste, placing a small bowl to the side, straightening a cloth, listening to the faint, steady sounds of the village settling into darkness.
The child lies near the hearth, a small blanket wrapped lightly around their shoulders. Tiny hands rest quietly, and their eyes follow the slow dance of the firelight. Occasionally they trace a pattern in the ashes or touch a smooth stone placed beside them, feeling its coolness in contrast to the warmth of the fire. Each small movement is soft, deliberate, part of the gentle rhythm that fills the home and the village beyond. Outside, the older man sits on the bench beneath a tree. He leans back lightly against the rough stone wall. The wind brushes softly against his face, carrying the faint scent of cooling earth and dry leaves. His eyes lift to the sky, resting on the first faint stars. He breathes slowly, steadily, feeling the quiet pulse of the village, the slow, continuous rhythm of life moving beneath the gentle darkness of night. The paths through the village are nearly empty. A few small animals stir quietly, moving softly across stones or grass. The dog lies curled in its usual corner, barely breathing. The distant hum of insects begins to fill the air, steady and calm. Every movement, every sound is muted, measured, deliberate, forming a quiet background music to the night. The man in the home shifts slightly, stretching slowly, noticing the subtle warmth of the fire against his skin. His hands rest on his knees. He listens carefully to the soft sounds outside, the faint rustle of leaves, the distant drip of water, the occasional low call of an animal settling for the night. Each sound is gentle, steady, predictable, contributing to the calm presence of evening. The woman moves quietly to ensure the doors and shutters are secured. Each motion is slow and deliberate, with no urgency. She pauses for a moment at the window, looking out at the village, the soft shapes of rooftops and trees silhouetted against the starlit sky. She breathes slowly, letting the tranquility of the night settle fully around her. The child, now drowsy, lets their eyes close briefly, then opens them again to watch the fire. Tiny fingers trace a faint pattern on the floor, feel the texture of cloth and stone, then rest once more. The rhythm of observation, presence, and quiet learning continues softly, seamlessly blending with the gentle movements of the night.
The older man, beneath the tree, adjusts his position slightly, feeling the coolness of the stone against his back. He closes his eyes for a moment, listening carefully to the soft symphony of night, the gentle rustle of leaves, the quiet movement of small animals, the steady murmur of wind across rooftops. His breathing aligns with the calm rhythm of the village, slow, steady, unhurried, deeply connected to the present. Across the village, lights from hearths glow softly through open doorways. Smoke rises faintly into the cool air, dissipating quickly. The aroma blends subtly with the scent of soil, straw, and herbs. Villagers move in small, careful motions, adjusting blankets, setting bowls aside, tending embers. Every movement is deliberate, calm, almost meditative, part of the steady continuity that has marked the day and now marks the night. The man sets aside the small tasks of evening and sits quietly. He leans back against the wall, watching the faint firelight, feeling the gentle coolness of night against his skin. His breathing remains slow, steady, even. He notices the subtle change in air, the faint movements of the animals, the distant hum of life slowing. Every detail contributes to the calm, continuous presence of the night. The woman sits beside the hearth, listening to the quiet, steady rhythm of the house settling into darkness. She stretches lightly, feeling the warmth of the embers fading gradually.
Her gaze moves slowly from the fire to the walls, to the door, to the dim shapes outside, taking in the gentle details of the familiar surroundings. She breathes deeply, letting the stillness of night envelop her fully. The child shifts slightly, nestling into the blanket, closing their eyes slowly. The faint sounds of the village, now softer and steadier, lull them further into calm. The warmth of the home, the gentle flicker of the firelight, the steady rhythm of movement and breath, all contribute to the quiet, comforting pattern of the night. Outside, the older man breathes slowly, watching the sky deepen into dark blue, the stars glimmer faintly above. He notices the faint outline of rooftops, trees, and paths in the dim light. Every detail is gentle, subtle, absorbed without urgency. The village itself seems to exhale softly, resting, settling, preparing for the stillness of night. The man who worked in the field rises slowly from his seat, stretching gently, feeling the last warmth of embers and the cooling night air. He closes his eyes briefly, listening to the faint sounds, a soft rustle of leaves, the distant footstep of an animal, the gentle murmur of someone moving softly within their home. The village is quiet, yet alive in its steady, calm rhythm. The woman moves to adjust the final embers of the fire. She watches the small flickers, letting the heat fade slowly. She moves quietly to her place near the hearth, breathing in the soft, familiar scents. She sits, hands resting gently in her lap, and allows the rhythm of night to settle fully. The child shifts slightly, breathing steadily, eyes closed. Their body relaxes completely, small hands resting softly beside them. The dog lies curled near the hearth, its breathing slow and calm. The older man leans lightly against the stone wall outside, eyes half closed, listening to the soft, steady sounds of night. The sky grows darker, stars spreading faint and distant across the heavens. Shadows merge into one another. The air cools further, carrying the faint earthy scent of soil, herbs, and clay walls. Every motion in the village slows, softens, becomes part of the quiet, continuous rhythm that marks the night. And so the Roman village rests. The day has faded entirely, leaving behind only the calm, gentle presence of night. Each person, each animal, each stone and tree, each breath and small movement exists in quiet, measured harmony. The rhythm of life continues softly, steadily, blending seamlessly with the dark, still night. The village sleeps, breathes, rests, and carries forward, calm, gentle, unhurried, and entirely at peace under the vast starlit sky.
The village rests fully now. Midnight has settled softly, draping the rooftops, the walls, and the fields in a deep, quiet darkness. The stars above glimmer faintly, steady and constant, their light delicate and calm. The moon, pale and gentle, casts a soft silvery glow over the land, painting the familiar shapes of trees, paths, and rooftops in muted tones. The air is cool and still, carrying the subtle scents of earth, straw, and herbs, faintly warmed by the long day that has passed. Inside the homes, the fires burn low, embers glowing faintly, offering warmth without light. The man who worked in the fields sleeps on a mat near the hearth. His breathing is slow, steady, rhythmic, in harmony with the quiet pulse of the night. The warmth of the last embers rests lightly against his skin. His hands, now relaxed, lie softly at his sides. The day's work has ended, leaving only the calm presence of rest. The woman sits quietly near the hearth, her eyes half closed, listening to the steady, soft sounds of night, the faint shift of embers, the occasional murmur of a small animal, the subtle rustle of leaves in the cooling air outside. Her hands rest lightly in her lap. Every motion of the day has slowed now, softened, blending into the gentle rhythm of the night. The child sleeps near the hearth as well, small breaths rising and falling gently, hands curled softly, body relaxed. Their dreams are unhurried, quiet, unfolding softly, carried by the calm presence of home, fire, and warmth. The dog rests nearby, body curled, ears twitching slightly in sleep, breathing even and soft, entirely at peace. Outside, the older man remains still on his bench beneath the tree. He leans back, resting lightly against the stone wall. His eyes are closed now. His breathing is slow, steady, in time with the quiet pulse of the village around him. The faint breeze brushes lightly against his face, carrying the subtle scent of earth and herbs, dry straw, and cooling stone. Every small sound, the distant scurry of a nocturnal animal, the faint whisper of leaves, the soft rustle of leaves in the cooling air outside, is gentle and measured, blending into the quiet rhythm of night. The paths of the village are empty. Stones, rooftops, and walls rest in stillness. Shadows merge into darkness, soft and unbroken. The well stands quietly at the center of the village, the rope still, the water reflecting faint moonlight, calm and untroubled. Every corner of the village breathes gently, in harmony with the long, slow hours of night. The man who worked the fields stirs slightly in his sleep, adjusting his position without hurry, sensing the warmth of the embers and the coolness of the night air. His hand brushes lightly against the mat. His body moves with soft deliberation, every motion slow, careful, in tune with the deep calm that fills the home. The woman leans lightly against the wall, her eyes closing completely, the faint glow of embers flickering across her face. She inhales slowly, fully, and exhales gently. Every muscle relaxes. The day has ended. There is nothing to do. Only rest, only presence, only quiet, steady breathing that matches the gentle rhythm of the night. The child shifts slightly in sleep, turning toward the warmth of the hearth. Tiny fingers curl and uncurl. Soft sighs rise and fall. The warmth, the quiet, the slow pulse of the home carries them into calm, deep sleep. The dog shifts only slightly, then settles, breathing even and steady, entirely at ease. Outside, the older man remains still, the faint breeze brushing against him like a soft caress. He listens carefully, hearing the distant hum of nocturnal insects, the faint movement of animals, the gentle whisper of leaves in the cooling air outside. Each sound is soft, deliberate, harmonious with the slow unfolding of night. He breathes slowly, deeply, feeling the calm presence of life all around him, the quiet rhythm of the village fully intact. The moon rises higher, silvering the rooftops and fields, touching every surface lightly, softly. Shadows become delicate and ethereal. Trees sway gently in the faint breeze, their leaves whispering quiet secrets in the calm of night. Every path, every wall, every stone rests peacefully, absorbed into the stillness. Inside, the home remains warm with the faint fire. The woman shifts slightly, adjusting herself near the hearth. She exhales slowly,
letting the calm of the night fill her body completely. The man sleeps soundly, breathing steady, deeply. The child stirs minimally, then settles once more into perfect rest. The dog lies curled, completely still. All life here is quiet, present, and entirely at peace. Outside, the older man opens his eyes briefly. He looks across the village, noticing rooftops, shadows, and paths, all softened by the silver glow of moonlight. He inhales slowly, appreciating the calm, measured stillness. Then he closes his eyes again, breathing in rhythm with the soft pulse of night, fully immersed in the gentle, unbroken flow of life around him. The sounds of the night continue softly. A distant owl hoots faintly. A small animal moves carefully in the underbrush. The wind brushes leaves and grass gently. Each sound is subdued, measured, deliberate, fitting seamlessly into the quiet, meditative rhythm of night. The man in the hearthroom adjusts slightly in sleep, stretching softly, then settles back, entirely at ease. The warmth of the fire, the quiet of the home, the faint, steady hum of nocturnal life outside, all merge into one calm, continuous presence. The woman near the hearth breathes deeply and evenly, her body loose and relaxed, her mind calm and still. The child sleeps soundly, the dog rests completely. The older man on the bench leans back fully, letting the soft night air brush against him, feeling the faint, steady pulse of life in every detail around him. The village itself seems to exhale gently, holding all its inhabitants in a soft, measured calm. The moonlight continues to drape rooftops and paths, walls and trees in pale silver. Shadows merge, soften, and blend, creating a gentle, continuous rhythm of night. Every stone, every blade of grass, every tree branch participates in this quiet, unhurried harmony. And so, in the deep hours of midnight, the Roman village sleeps. Life rests completely, yet the rhythm continues. Every breath, every subtle movement, every soft sound, all is part of the steady, gentle heartbeat of the village. The night is calm, steady, unbroken. The stars above glimmer faintly. The moon watches over the village silently, and the quiet life inside the village drifts, slow and serene, entirely at peace beneath the vast, dark sky.
The night deepens further, and the village rests in almost complete stillness. The moon has risen higher, casting its pale, gentle glow across rooftops, paths, and fields. The air is cooler now, carrying the faint, earthy scent of damp soil and dry straw. Every surface, the stone walls, the clay roofs, the wooden doors, is quiet and softened by the silver light. Shadows are long, smooth, and indistinct, blending gently with the darkness. Inside the homes, the embers of fires glow faintly. The man who worked in the fields breathes slowly, steadily, the calm rhythm of sleep flowing through him. His hands rest loosely, his body relaxed. The warmth of the embers touches his face and shoulders, barely perceptible, a comforting presence in the quiet night. Each soft exhale and inhale blends seamlessly with the gentle hush of the village. The woman sits quietly near the hearth, eyes closed, body at ease. Her hands rest in her lap. The faint heat from the embers mingles with the cool night air, creating a soft balance around her. She listens to the subtle, measured sounds outside, the occasional shift of a small animal, the gentle whisper of leaves through leaves, the distant, rhythmic hum of nocturnal life. Each sound is gentle, steady, almost imperceptible,
yet it contributes to the quiet, unbroken rhythm of the night. The child sleeps quietly near the hearth, tiny breaths rising and falling softly. Their hands rest against the blanket, relaxed and calm. Occasionally, a finger curls or stretches slightly, a small movement absorbed effortlessly into the calm of the home. The dog lies curled nearby, steady and undisturbed, breathing slow and even, entirely at peace. Outside, the older man remains seated on his bench beneath the tree. He leans lightly against the stone wall, eyes closed, listening with careful attention to the stillness around him. The faint rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of animals, the whisper of the wind, all move gently, quietly, in time with the soft, measured rhythm of the village. He breathes slowly, deeply, attuned to the calm pulse of life around him. The paths through the village are empty. Stones, rooftops, and walls rest in complete stillness. The well stands quietly, the rope hanging motionless, the water reflecting the pale glow of the moon. Each object in the village is at rest, yet all participate subtly in the rhythm of night, breathing softly with the living presence around them. The man in the home shifts slightly in his sleep, adjusting gently on the mat. His movements are slow, deliberate, minimal, in perfect harmony with the soft pulse of life in the house. The warmth from the embers touches him lightly, while the cool air brushes his skin gently. He exhales and inhales evenly, his body entirely at ease. The woman near the hearth breathes slowly, evenly, letting the calm of night fill her completely. She listens to the faint symphony of sounds outside, the quiet movement of a nocturnal creature, the soft rustle of a branch, the subtle hum of insects in the distant fields. Each sound is gentle, steady, almost imperceptible, yet it contributes to the quiet, unbroken rhythm of the home and the village as a whole. The child shifts slightly, snuggling more comfortably into the blanket. Their breathing remains slow, rhythmic, unhurried. The dog stirs only a little, then settles again, entirely at peace. The older man on the bench adjusts slightly, then leans back fully, eyes closed, feeling the faint pulse of the night, steady and constant. The moon moves slowly across the sky, casting gentle light over the rooftops and fields. Shadows shift imperceptibly, stretching and blending with the darkness. Trees sway lightly in the breeze, their leaves whispering soft, delicate sounds. The air carries a faint earthy scent, touched by herbs and soil, blending seamlessly with the quiet warmth of houses. Every sound, every motion, every detail contributes to the unbroken rhythm of night. Inside, the man's breathing remains calm and steady. The woman near the hearth relaxes further, her presence blending entirely with the quiet of the house. The child sleeps deeply, the dog rests, the older man remains attentive yet relaxed. Outside, the village is at peace, each stone, branch, and path part of the gentle continuity of life. The distant fields are quiet. The grass and soil rest under the soft glow of the moon. Trees stand silently, leaves rustling occasionally in the breeze. Small animals move lightly, carefully, yet their motions are so quiet they barely disturb the night. Every part of the landscape is calm, measured, harmonious. The villagers' homes are still. Fires have faded to low, warm embers. Cooking vessels rest untouched. Doors and shutters remain secure, silent, protecting the soft, steady presence of life within. Every breath, every heartbeat, every quiet motion contributes to the gentle, unbroken rhythm of the village. The older man opens his eyes briefly, lifting his gaze to the sky. Stars sparkle faintly, distant and calm. He closes his eyes again,
aligning his breathing with the quiet pulse of the village, with the subtle rhythm of the night air, with the soft, gentle presence of life around him. The man near the hearth stirs slightly, then settles, the warmth of the embers and the cool night air blending around him. The woman breathes slowly and evenly. The child sleeps soundly. The dog rests completely. Outside, the older man leans back lightly, absorbed into the quiet night. The village itself seems to exhale, soft and measured. The paths, walls, trees, and rooftops all rest. Shadows merge and soften, blending seamlessly with the faint light of the moon. The faint sounds of nocturnal life, rustling leaves, distant insects, subtle animal movements, continue in steady, gentle rhythm. And so the Roman village rests fully in the deep hours before dawn. Life continues quietly, slowly, in harmony with the soft, measured pulse of the night. Every breath, every heartbeat, every gentle sound is part of the calm, continuous rhythm of existence. The village sleeps, breathes, rests, and drifts, slow and serene, entirely at peace, beneath the wide, starlit sky.
The hours before dawn are quiet, soft, and still. The village rests in deep, gentle darkness. The moon hangs pale in the sky, casting faint silver light across rooftops, paths, and fields. Shadows are long and indistinct, blending smoothly with the darkness. The air is cool and calm, carrying the faint earthy scent of soil and straw, and a hint of herbs that linger from the day. Every detail, every surface, every small movement is softened by the gentle presence of night. Inside the homes, fires have died down to faint warmth. The man who worked in the fields lies on his mat, breathing slow, steady, even. His body is completely relaxed, every muscle softened by sleep. He rests fully, calm and at peace, aligned with the gentle rhythm of the night. The faint warmth of the house surrounds him, comforting and steady. The woman near the hearth rests as well. She shifts slightly, then lies quietly, breathing in rhythm with the calm pulse of the home. Her hands rest softly in her lap, then settle to her sides. Every motion is minimal, deliberate only in its ease. Her presence blends completely with the quiet of the house, with the soft, steady flow of the night outside. The child sleeps quietly, small breaths rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. The blanket wraps them softly, holding warmth. Tiny fingers curl and uncurl, restless only in the softest, most deliberate way. The dog rests nearby, fully relaxed, breathing evenly. Outside, the older man sits quietly on his bench beneath the tree. His body leans gently against the stone wall. The night air brushes lightly against his skin, cool but calm. He listens to the subtle, measured sounds around him, the faint rustle of leaves, the occasional movement of a small nocturnal animal, the distant hum of insects. Each sound is soft, deliberate, part of the gentle, unbroken rhythm of the village. The paths are empty, stones resting silently. The well stands calm and still, the water reflecting the faint glow of moonlight. Every object in the village holds its place, every surface is quiet, and every sound blends seamlessly with the stillness of pre-dawn. The man in the home shifts slightly, stretching slowly, then settles again. His movements are careful, minimal, deliberate in their softness. The warmth of the embers touches him faintly, while the cool night air brushes gently over his skin. He exhales and inhales steadily, fully immersed in the calm rhythm of the house. The woman rests fully, breathing slow and even. She listens to the subtle sounds of night,
the faint movement of small creatures outside, the whisper of leaves through the leaves, the distant hum of insects and nocturnal life. Every sound is gentle, soft, almost imperceptible, yet it blends naturally into the continuous, calm rhythm of the village. The child stirs minimally, then settles again into complete rest. The dog breathes evenly, ears twitching occasionally, but body fully relaxed. The older man adjusts slightly on his bench, then leans back fully, attuned to the faint, steady pulse of the village. The moon continues its slow movement across the sky, faintly silvering rooftops, walls, and paths. Shadows shift imperceptibly, blending smoothly with the darkness. Trees sway gently in the soft breeze, leaves whispering faint, delicate sounds. The air carries the subtle scent of earth, herbs, and straw, mixing with the faint warmth that remains from the homes. Every motion, every sound, every detail contributes to the slow, unbroken rhythm of pre-dawn. Inside, the man breathes slowly, muscles fully relaxed. The woman rests near the hearth, letting the calm of night fill her entirely. The child sleeps soundly, the dog rests completely. Outside, the older man leans back lightly, breathing in harmony with the quiet rhythm of the village. The distant fields are still, resting under the pale silver light of the moon. Trees, grass, and soil absorb the calm. Small nocturnal creatures move softly, careful in their quiet motions. Everything participates gently in the slow, steady rhythm of the night. The village itself exhales softly. Roofs, walls, stones, and paths are quiet. Shadows merge with the faint light. The faint sounds of nocturnal life continue in gentle harmony. Every breath, every small movement, every gentle sound contributes to the slow, meditative rhythm that fills the village. And so the Roman village rests in the pre-dawn hours. The night begins to yield subtly to what is yet to come. Life continues quietly, steadily, softly. Every breath, every small movement, every gentle sound remains part of the calm, continuous rhythm of existence. The village sleeps, breathes, rests, and drifts, slow and serene, entirely at peace beneath the deep, starlit sky.
The first hint of dawn appears softly on the horizon, long before the sun itself rises. A faint, pale light stretches across the edges of the sky, just above the distant hills. The darkness of night begins to yield, blending gradually with the emerging softness of early morning. The air is cool, carrying the faint scent of earth, dew, and lingering warmth from the long night. The village rests still, quiet, bathed in the delicate pre-dawn glow. Inside the homes, the embers have almost faded, leaving only a gentle residual warmth. The man who worked in the fields stirs slowly, stretching his limbs lightly. His movements are careful and deliberate, each shift gentle, deliberate, and calm. He breathes deeply, noticing the faint change in light through the doorway, the subtle sounds of the village beginning to wake. His body moves with the rhythm of the slow morning, entirely in tune with the gentle flow of life. The woman near the hearth rises slightly, stretching her shoulders. Her breathing is slow, steady, aligned with the quiet presence of the room. She sits for a moment, feeling the faint warmth lingering from the night's embers. Her gaze shifts toward the window, watching as the first hints of soft, golden light brush the rooftops and walls. Every movement is deliberate, calm, and unhurried, part of the measured rhythm of early morning. The child wakes slowly, eyes opening to the faint light. Small hands stretch, brushing against the blanket. Tiny feet shift gently against the floor.
Their breathing is calm and steady. The dog, sensing the subtle change in the air, rises slightly, stretching its body slowly before settling again near the hearth. Outside, the older man rises from his bench beneath the tree. He stretches gently, feeling the cool morning air brushing against his skin. His eyes rest on the village rooftops, the soft paths, and the familiar shapes of trees and walls. The faint light of dawn softens every surface, merging shadows with pale illumination. He inhales deeply, absorbing the quiet, steady rhythm of the village as it begins to awaken. The man from the field steps outside briefly, feeling the soft dew underfoot. Each step is gentle, careful, deliberate. He notices the faint colors of the sky, the slow movement of shadows shifting as dawn approaches. The air carries the quiet scent of earth and grass, of herbs and straw, mingled with the cool freshness of the early morning. The woman steps outside as well, carrying a small bundle of herbs. She walks slowly along the path, her eyes observing the faint light, her hands adjusting the bundle with calm care. The child follows, small feet moving softly, carrying a tiny basket. Each step is gentle, deliberate, perfectly in tune with the rhythm of the village. The older man walks slowly along the path, pausing to touch the rough stone wall, to feel the coolness of dew on a leaf, to observe the faint shimmer of light on the rooftops. Each action is quiet, deliberate, absorbed into the gentle rhythm of early morning.
The village itself seems to breathe with the soft pulse of dawn. Roofs and walls glow faintly with the first golden light. Paths glimmer with dew. Trees stretch into the pale illumination, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle morning breeze. The faint sounds of waking animals blend seamlessly with the slow, unhurried motions of the villagers beginning their day. Inside the homes, fires are rekindled slowly, gently. Pots are set carefully on the hearth. The aroma of herbs, grains, and water rising to warm over the fire drifts softly through the rooms. Each motion is calm and deliberate, stirring, lifting, setting down, adjusting, all moving in perfect harmony with the quiet rhythm of the morning. The child watches the firelight slowly flicker, tracing the gentle shadows it casts on walls and floor. Tiny hands reach out to touch a smooth stone or a warm patch of floor, exploring softly, deliberately. The dog rises fully, stretching, then settles back near the hearth, calm and relaxed. Outside, the older man leans lightly against the stone wall, observing the slow transformation of the village under dawn's light. Every path, every roof, every tree, every wall, every stone participates gently in the rhythm of awakening. The air is fresh, cool, earthy. Sounds are subtle and deliberate. The faint movement of animals, the rustle of leaves, the soft, distant murmur of water at the well. The man who worked in the fields steps toward the path again, noticing the shifting light on the walls, the glint of dew on the grass. Each step is measured, careful, soft, in harmony with the calm rhythm of the village. He inhales the scent of the earth, breathing slowly, deliberately, fully immersed in the gentle presence of dawn. The woman arranges the herbs she carries, adjusting their position in the basket. She pauses to inhale the faint, cool scent of morning, observing the slow transformation of the air, the light, the village. Her movements remain deliberate, measured, unhurried, perfectly aligned with the calm rhythm of life around her. The child wanders softly along the path, small feet making quiet impressions in the soft earth. They observe the subtle changes, a leaf glistening with dew, the faint shimmer of a wall in the morning light, the distant movements of a small animal. Each step is gentle, quiet, absorbed into the slow, steady pulse of the awakening village. The older man shifts slightly on the bench, leaning back fully, eyes half closed, observing the faint golden light spreading slowly across rooftops and paths. He inhales deeply, aligning his breathing with the gentle rhythm of early morning, with the soft pulse of life, with the quiet, steady heartbeat of the village. The first birds begin their soft calls, distant and faint. The dog stirs, rising carefully, stretching, then settling again. The faint wind brushes against rooftops and leaves, rustling softly, contributing to the quiet, measured symphony of dawn. And so the Roman village begins to awaken. The night has fully passed, leaving the gentle warmth of homes, the quiet rhythm of people, animals, and nature intact. Life continues slowly, deliberately, softly. Every breath, every motion, every sound blends seamlessly into the unhurried, meditative rhythm of morning. The village breathes, moves, and rests, entirely at peace beneath the pale, gentle light of early dawn.
The morning grows slowly, softly, as the pale light spreads further across the village. Shadows shorten gently. Walls and rooftops begin to glow faintly with warmth, and the air shifts subtly from the coolness of pre-dawn to a soft, gentle freshness. Every surface, the stone walls, the clay roofs, the wooden doors, holds the calm of night, yet also begins to hum quietly with the promise of the new day. Inside the homes, the fires burn gently, small flames flickering on the edges of the embers. The man who worked in the fields rises slowly from his mat, stretching carefully, letting his muscles loosen in quiet rhythm. He breathes deeply, feeling the calm warmth of the hearth and the subtle coolness of the early morning air. His movements are deliberate, soft, unhurried, perfectly aligned with the slow rhythm of the waking village. The woman moves gently near the hearth, lifting a small pot of water to the fire. She stirs the contents slowly, deliberately, feeling the warmth, hearing the faint hiss of water as it begins to heat. Her hands rest lightly on the handle, her movements calm and steady. She breathes slowly, noticing the faint aroma of herbs and grains in the air, the subtle warmth of the hearth, the quiet presence of the room. The child rises slowly, small feet brushing against the floor. They stretch, yawn softly, and then walk carefully toward the hearth, watching the flames flicker gently. Tiny hands reach out to touch a warm patch of floor, to trace the outline of a stone, to feel the smooth surface of a clay vessel. Every movement is deliberate, soft, calm, part of the gentle rhythm of the home. Outside, the older man stands slowly, leaning lightly on his staff. He breathes in the faint, cool air of morning, smelling the subtle blend of dew, herbs, and the faint warmth of the earth. He watches the rooftops, walls, and paths begin to glow with early light. The village itself seems to stretch, slowly awakening, every stone, tree, and path participating gently in the rhythm of the day. The man from the fields steps onto the path, feeling the dew under his feet. Each step is soft, measured, deliberate. He notices the faint glimmer of light on rooftops, the shimmer of dew on the grass, the subtle warmth rising from the earth. He breathes deeply, slowly, letting the quiet presence of morning fill him fully. The woman steps outside as well, carrying a small basket of herbs. She walks slowly along the path, observing the subtle change of light, the gentle movements of the village, the soft shimmer of dew on stones and leaves. Each movement is deliberate, calm, absorbed into the slow, steady rhythm of morning. The child wanders softly along the path, small hands brushing against grasses and leaves. They notice the faint patterns left by dewdrops, the gentle shift of shadows, the soft glint of sunlight on a wall. Each observation is careful, deliberate, and absorbed entirely into the quiet rhythm of the morning. The older man moves slowly along the path, pausing occasionally to touch the rough stone of a wall, to feel the coolness of a leaf, to observe the shimmer of dew on the rooftops. Each gesture is gentle, deliberate, in harmony with the slow pulse of the village. The air grows warmer, carrying the subtle scent of herbs, dry straw, and earth. The faint sounds of life begin to emerge, the soft movement of small animals, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of water at the well. Every sound blends seamlessly with the quiet rhythm of early morning. Inside the homes, pots begin to simmer over the fires. The man tends the hearth slowly, lifting a pot gently, stirring carefully. The woman arranges small bowls of food, moving quietly from one task to another, every motion deliberate and unhurried. The child watches, small hands resting softly in their lap, absorbing the rhythm of preparation, the gentle flow of morning life. Outside, the older man leans lightly against the stone wall, observing rooftops and paths, trees and fields. The light spreads gradually, golden and calm, touching every surface with soft warmth. The faint rhythmic calls of distant birds begin to mingle with the subtle hum of insects, the gentle rustle of leaves, the quiet steps of villagers moving along paths. The man from the fields walks slowly to the work tools he had set aside. He touches each one lightly, feeling the familiar textures of wood and stone. Each motion is deliberate, careful, in harmony with the quiet, steady rhythm of the village. He inhales the faint, earthy scent of the morning air, letting it fill him completely. The woman arranges herbs in small bundles, tying them carefully with thin cords. She pauses occasionally to observe the subtle light across the rooftops, the faint shimmer of dew on leaves, the gentle movements of villagers and animals beginning their day. Every movement is calm, deliberate, and absorbed into the slow rhythm of morning. The child moves carefully along the path, collecting small stones and leaves, observing faint traces of dew, the gentle shift of shadows, the soft glint of sunlight on a wall. Each action is careful, deliberate, and absorbed entirely into the quiet rhythm of the village. The older man walks slowly to the well, pausing to notice the faint glint of water in the morning light. He lowers the bucket carefully, feeling the texture of rope in his hands, the subtle coolness of water. Every motion is soft, deliberate, and gentle, blending seamlessly with the slow, quiet pulse of early morning. The village breathes as one. Roofs, walls, paths, and fields absorb the light. Shadows shift softly. The air carries faint scents of earth, herbs, and straw. Every animal stirs gently. Fires warm slowly. Every sound and motion is measured, deliberate, calm. And so the Roman village awakens, not with rush or noise, but with the slow, steady, gentle pulse of life. Each breath, each movement, each subtle sound flows naturally into the quiet rhythm of morning. The village is alive, yet calm, entirely at peace beneath the soft, spreading light of dawn.
The morning grows fuller now, stretching gently across the village. The pale gold of dawn deepens slowly, brushing walls, rooftops, and paths with a quiet warmth. Shadows retreat gradually, softening, blending with the faint colors of earth and straw. The air carries the subtle scent of dew, warmed slightly by the rising sun, mingling with the faint aroma of herbs and smoke from the hearths. Inside the homes, fires burn steadily, small flames flickering softly. The man who worked in the fields rises fully, moving with gentle deliberation. He reaches for a small basin of water, pouring it slowly over his hands, feeling the cool liquid slide against his skin. Each motion is soft, careful, part of the calm rhythm of the morning. He stretches, noticing the warmth of the fire on his face, the faint light brushing the walls, the quiet pulse of life around him. The woman tends the hearth with the same calm care. She lifts a pot, stirs slowly, the faint hiss of water mixing with the soft aroma of herbs and grains. She arranges bowls gently on a wooden table, letting each object rest in its place without haste. Her hands move in deliberate rhythm, adjusting, setting down, lifting lightly, every motion absorbed into the gentle flow of morning. The child wanders softly, small feet making quiet impressions in the warm, slightly damp earth of the path. Their eyes follow the glimmer of light on rooftops and walls, the faint sparkle of dew on leaves, the slow sway of trees in the gentle morning breeze. Tiny hands touch smooth stones, rough walls, soft grass, learning through presence, observation, and calm attention. Outside, the older man walks slowly along the village path. Each step is measured, deliberate, absorbed into the quiet rhythm of the surroundings. He pauses occasionally, touching the rough stone of a wall, feeling the faint dampness of dew on a leaf, noticing the faint shimmer of water in the well. He breathes slowly, fully, letting the calm pulse of the village, the soft warmth of the morning air, and the gentle rhythm of life fill him completely. The man from the fields gathers tools quietly, setting them carefully in their places. He notices the texture of wood and metal in his hands, the faint weight of each object, the warmth of the sun beginning to touch the handles. Each action is soft, deliberate, absorbed into the slow, steady rhythm of morning work. He inhales the air fully, tasting the faint scent of earth, straw, herbs, and the subtle warmth rising from the ground. The woman moves outside with a small basket of herbs and vegetables. She walks slowly along the path, observing the faint glimmer of dew on leaves, the gentle sway of trees, the subtle sparkle of rooftops in the soft morning light. Each step is deliberate, absorbed into the gentle rhythm of life. Her hands adjust the basket lightly, feeling the textures of herbs and vegetables, noticing the faint scents, breathing slowly, fully, calmly. The child continues along the path, small fingers brushing lightly against leaves and grass, watching the faint shimmer of dew, the subtle movement of small animals, the glimmer of sunlight across stones. Each movement is deliberate, calm, absorbed entirely into the quiet rhythm of the morning. The older man pauses at the edge of a small field, leaning lightly on his staff. He observes the land, the faint shimmer of moisture, the gentle sway of crops in the morning breeze. Every sound is soft and measured, the distant murmur of water, the faint rustle of animals, the gentle movement of leaves. He breathes slowly, fully, letting the calm pulse of the village, the soft warmth of the morning air, and the gentle rhythm of life fill him completely. The village itself hums quietly with gentle activity. Roofs, walls, and paths glow softly with early light. Fires burn steadily inside homes, carrying faint aromas of herbs, grains, and water. Animals stir gently, small calls of birds echo faintly through the village.
Every sound and movement blends into the calm, continuous rhythm of the morning. Inside, the man lifts a small basket of food, placing each item carefully on the table. He moves slowly, deliberately, aware of the warmth of the morning sun brushing the walls, the faint aroma of cooking grains, the soft glow of embers in the hearth. The woman arranges small bundles of herbs, tying them with thin cords. Every motion is soft, careful, absorbed fully into the steady rhythm of the home. The child watches, quiet and calm, small hands resting lightly on the table. Tiny eyes follow every movement, noting textures, light, and sound. Each observation is gentle, deliberate, absorbed into the rhythm of the household. The dog stretches, rises, and pads softly across the floor, brushing past quietly, then settles again near the hearth, calm and relaxed. Outside, the older man moves slowly to the well, lowering a bucket gently into the water. The rope slides softly through his hands. The water is cool and still. He lifts it carefully, noticing the faint glimmer of morning light on its surface, then carries it back along the path. Each motion is deliberate, soft, calm, in harmony with the gentle rhythm of life. The man from the fields moves toward the garden, touching the soil lightly, feeling its texture, noting the subtle warmth from the rising sun. He bends carefully to lift a few herbs, setting them gently in his basket. Every motion is soft, deliberate, absorbed into the calm pulse of morning. The woman returns with her basket, placing each item carefully on the table. She pauses, inhaling the soft scent of fresh herbs, the warmth of the room, the gentle light spilling through the doorway. Her movements are steady, unhurried, deliberate, fully aligned with the soft rhythm of life. The child continues to explore, small hands brushing leaves and stones, eyes following the faint shimmer of sunlight across the earth, breathing in rhythm with the quiet flow of life. Every tiny movement is gentle, deliberate, in tune with the village, the home, the morning. And so the Roman village continues to awaken. The soft light spreads across rooftops, walls, and paths. The air carries warmth, freshness, and the faint aroma of earth, herbs, and straw. Every motion is deliberate, soft, measured, absorbed into the unhurried rhythm of morning. The village breathes, moves, and rests, entirely at peace, held in the gentle flow of life beneath the calm golden light of the rising sun.
Mid-morning settles softly over the village. The sun rises higher, but its light is gentle, warming rooftops, walls, and fields with a slow, even glow. Shadows retreat, folding into the earth and the soft textures of walls, stones, and paths. The air carries warmth now, mingled with the faint earthy scent of soil, herbs, straw, and the gentle aroma of cooking grains from the hearths. Every surface, every object, every living presence participates in the calm rhythm of the day. Inside the homes, the fires burn steadily, small flames flickering softly. The man who worked in the fields moves with calm deliberation. He lifts a wooden bucket of water from the well, the rope sliding smoothly through his hands. The water is cool, clear, and still. He carries it slowly along the path, feeling its weight evenly, noticing the warmth of the sunlight brushing the walls and rooftops. Each step is careful, soft, deliberate, fully aligned with the quiet pulse of life around him. The woman arranges herbs and vegetables on a wooden table, moving each item gently, deliberately. She smooths the cloth under a small basket, lifts it carefully, sets it down with measured care. Her movements are unhurried, absorbed entirely into the rhythm of the morning. She pauses briefly to inhale the faint aroma of the fresh herbs and warm grains, feeling the quiet presence of the home, the slow, gentle flow of daily life. The child wanders softly through the small courtyard. Tiny hands touch rough stone, smooth walls, soft grass, and the delicate edges of leaves. Their eyes follow the shifting light across the rooftops and paths, the faint shimmer of dew still lingering in hidden corners. Every step is careful, deliberate, calm, and absorbed into the unhurried rhythm of the village. Outside, the older man walks slowly along the path, leaning lightly on his staff. He pauses occasionally to touch the rough surface of a stone wall, to brush a leaf lightly with his fingers, to notice the shimmer of water in the well or the faint movement of animals. Every observation is quiet, gentle, deliberate, absorbed fully into the rhythm of morning life. The man from the fields moves toward the garden, bending carefully to touch the soil, feeling its texture, the faint warmth of the sun, the slight dampness from morning dew. He lifts herbs and small vegetables with slow, deliberate motions, placing them gently into his basket. Every gesture is calm, careful, absorbed into the steady rhythm of the village. The woman moves outside, small basket in hand, stepping along the path with deliberate care. She notices the subtle shifts of light across rooftops, walls, and trees. She inhales the gentle warmth of the morning, carrying faint scents of earth, herbs, and straw. Every step, every motion is deliberate, soft, absorbed entirely into the rhythm of life surrounding her. The child follows quietly, watching small animals move gently across the fields, leaves sway in the light breeze, the faint shimmer of sunlight across stones and walls. Each step is careful, deliberate, calm, and absorbed into the calm rhythm of the village. The older man pauses at the edge of a small field, observing the soil, the faint shimmer of dew drying under the sun, the gentle sway of crops. He inhales the air slowly, feeling warmth, calm, and presence in every detail. He leans lightly on his staff, moving slowly along the edge of the field, watching the subtle changes in light, shadow, and motion around him. The village itself hums quietly with soft activity. Animals stir gently, chickens peck at the ground, goats shift slowly, small dogs stretch and move softly. The sound of birdsong begins to fill the air, faint, measured, soft. Fires burn steadily inside homes, the aroma of herbs, grains, and cooking water mingling with the warm air. Every sound and movement is gentle, deliberate, absorbed fully into the meditative rhythm of the village morning. Inside the homes, the man places herbs and vegetables carefully on the table, adjusting their positions, smoothing the cloth beneath them. He lifts a small pot, stirring slowly, listening to the faint hiss of simmering grains. The woman arranges small bundles of herbs, tying each carefully, pausing to inhale their subtle aroma. Every motion is soft, unhurried, deliberate, fully absorbed into the rhythm of daily life. The child wanders through the home and courtyard, tiny hands brushing leaves and stones, observing the faint shimmer of sunlight on walls and paths, the gentle sway of trees and grasses in the light breeze. Each observation is careful, deliberate, calm, and absorbed entirely into the calm rhythm of morning. The dog moves softly at their side, occasionally brushing against legs, then settling again near the hearth, calm and relaxed. Outside, the older man leans lightly against the stone wall, observing rooftops, paths, trees, and fields. The sunlight spreads fully across the village, golden and warm. He notices the small movements of animals and villagers, the faint ripple of air through leaves and grasses, the glint of water in the well. Every sight, every sound, every motion blends seamlessly into the gentle, steady pulse of morning life. The man from the fields begins to tend the small garden, moving slowly from plant to plant. He touches the soil gently, lifts herbs and vegetables with care, arranges them neatly in baskets. Every motion is deliberate, soft, measured, fully in harmony with the calm rhythm of the village. The woman prepares small bundles of food and herbs, arranging them carefully on trays, adjusting their positions gently. She pauses to inhale the faint, warm scent of herbs, grains, and the earth itself. Every movement is absorbed into the slow, meditative rhythm of the morning. The child watches, curious and calm, absorbing every detail of the quiet motions of work, the gentle flow of the morning, the warmth of sunlight on stone, walls, and earth. Each step, each observation, each gesture is deliberate, absorbed fully into the rhythm of life. And so the Roman village continues its morning. Sunlight spreads over rooftops, paths, and fields. Fires burn steadily. Animals stir quietly. Every motion, every breath, every sound blends into the soft, meditative rhythm of the day. Life continues slowly, deliberately, absorbed fully into the calm, gentle flow of existence beneath the warm, golden light of morning.
The mid-morning sun climbs slowly higher, spreading warmth across the village in a gentle, even glow. Light moves softly over walls, rooftops, and paths. Shadows shrink quietly, folding into the earth and the textures of stone, clay, and straw. The air is calm, carrying the subtle scent of earth warmed by sunlight, faint hints of herbs, and the lingering aroma of grains simmering over the hearths. Everything participates gently in the measured, slow rhythm of the day. Inside the homes, the man who worked in the fields lifts a small wooden bucket filled from the well. He carries it carefully, noticing the weight of the water in his hands, the warmth of sunlight brushing his arms, the faint aroma of herbs and cooking grains. He places the water slowly at the hearth, listening to the soft clatter of wood and stone, aware of every sound, every motion, absorbed into the calm rhythm of morning. The woman moves softly through the home, arranging bundles of herbs and small vegetables on a low wooden table. Each bundle is handled carefully, tied with a thin cord, then placed with deliberate precision. She inhales slowly, the faint scent of herbs filling her senses. She listens to the subtle hum of animals outside, the soft clatter of utensils, the faint murmur of water in the kitchen. Each movement is soft, deliberate, absorbed entirely into the steady rhythm of morning. The child wanders gently along the courtyard path. Tiny fingers brush the grass, the edges of smooth stones, the rough texture of walls. Their eyes follow the shifting light, noticing the shimmer of dew on hidden leaves, the faint sparkle on rooftops, the soft sway of branches in the warm breeze. Every motion is careful, deliberate, fully absorbed into the calm pulse of the village. Outside, the older man walks slowly to the small garden at the edge of the village. He leans lightly on his staff, feeling the warm sun on his face, noticing the faint shimmer of dew still clinging to the soil. He touches the earth gently with his hand, feeling its texture, its warmth, its quiet resilience. Each movement is deliberate, soft, unhurried, perfectly aligned with the gentle rhythm of life. The man from the fields begins tending animals,
Chickens peck softly at scattered grains, their movements careful, rhythmic. Goats shift slowly across the grass, nibbling quietly. The dog stretches, yawns softly, and moves gently among them. Every motion is measured, calm, absorbed into the slow, steady pulse of morning. The woman steps outside to the courtyard, carrying baskets of freshly collected herbs and vegetables. She walks deliberately along the path, adjusting the weight of the baskets with careful hands. She notices the shimmer of sunlight across leaves and rooftops, the gentle sway of branches, the soft movement of animals. Every step is absorbed fully into the meditative rhythm of the village. The child follows quietly, tiny fingers brushing against leaves, soft grass, and stones warmed by the sun. Tiny feet step softly, watching animals move gently. Shadows shift subtly, sunlight spill across the earth. Every observation is deliberate, careful, absorbed into the calm rhythm of morning. The older man pauses at the edge of a field, watching the faint shimmer of soil warmed by sunlight. He leans lightly on his staff, noticing the slow, steady movement of grass and crops in the gentle breeze. Birds call softly in the distance, small animals stir quietly in hidden corners, and the faint hum of insects mingles with the warm, golden air of mid-morning. Inside the homes, the man lifts a small basket of vegetables, placing each item gently on a table. He moves slowly, deliberately, aware of the warmth of sunlight on walls, the soft flicker of flames in the hearth, the faint aroma of grains cooking. The woman arranges small bundles of herbs with careful hands, adjusting their positions, inhaling their delicate scents, listening to the soft, measured rhythm of home and village. The child observes quietly, tiny fingers brushing against soft leaves and stones. Eyes follow the subtle shimmer of sunlight on rooftops and paths, noticing the faint movement of animals and the gentle sway of branches. Every motion is soft, careful, fully absorbed into the calm rhythm of the day. The dog moves lightly across the floor, pausing briefly to brush against a wall, then settles near the hearth again, calm and relaxed. Outside, the older man walks slowly to the well, lowering the bucket with deliberate care. The rope slides softly through his hands, the water cool and still. He lifts it slowly, noticing the glimmer of sunlight across its surface, and carries it gently along the path. Every motion is soft, deliberate, absorbed fully into the slow pulse of life. The man from the fields continues tending the garden, moving from plant to plant with gentle care. He touches the soil lightly, lifts herbs and vegetables carefully, places them slowly in baskets. Each motion is deliberate, soft, and calm, perfectly attuned to the mid-morning rhythm of the village. The woman prepares bundles of herbs and vegetables, arranging them carefully on trays, adjusting their positions softly. She pauses occasionally to inhale their delicate scents, to notice the warm sunlight spilling across the courtyard, to observe the small, subtle movements of the village around her. Every motion is deliberate, absorbed fully into the steady rhythm of the day. The child continues to wander, small hands brushing leaves and stones, eyes tracing the faint shimmer of sunlight, the slow sway of grasses and branches, the gentle steps of animals and villagers. Every observation is deliberate, careful, absorbed into the calm rhythm of life. And so the Roman village continues its morning. Sunlight spreads warmly across rooftops, walls, and paths. Fires burn steadily inside homes. Animals stir softly. Every motion, every breath,
Every sound blends into the slow, meditative rhythm of mid-morning. Life flows deliberately, calmly, entirely absorbed into the gentle pulse of existence beneath the soft, golden light of the sun.
The late morning stretches slowly across the village. The sun rises higher, but its warmth is steady and gentle, spreading across walls, rooftops, and paths without harshness. Shadows shrink and soften, settling beneath eaves, along walls, and at the bases of trees. The air is warm now, carrying the subtle, earthy scent of soil, straw, herbs, and the lingering aroma of simmering grains and water from the hearths. Each detail, the stone walls, the clay rooftops, the wooden doors, the animals resting in the shade, participates fully in the calm rhythm of the day. Inside the homes, the man who worked in the fields tends the hearth. He lifts a pot slowly, watching the faint steam rise. Each motion is deliberate, careful, absorbed into the gentle pulse of life within the home. He stirs the contents softly, listening to the quiet hiss of simmering water, inhaling the subtle scent of herbs and grains. Every gesture is measured, deliberate, perfectly attuned to the rhythm of the morning. The woman moves softly through the home, carrying bundles of herbs and small vegetables. She arranges them carefully on a wooden table, adjusting each item with gentle hands. Her movements are deliberate and slow. She inhales the subtle aroma of herbs, the warm scent of straw, the faint warmth rising from the fire. Her breathing matches the calm pulse of life in the home, each inhalation and exhalation deliberate, soft, unhurried. The child wanders through the courtyard, small feet brushing the soft, slightly warm earth. Tiny hands touch the leaves of herbs and the rough edges of stones. Their eyes follow the shifting sunlight across walls, rooftops, and paths. Each step is deliberate, soft, careful. They pause to watch a small bird hop from branch to branch, or a tiny insect move along a leaf. Each motion is absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of late morning. Outside, the older man moves slowly along the path, leaning lightly on his staff. He pauses occasionally to touch the rough surface of a wall, to brush a leaf gently with his fingers, to notice the shimmer of sunlight on the water at the well. Each gesture is deliberate, soft, unhurried. Every motion is absorbed into the steady, meditative pulse of the village. The man from the fields tends animals gently. Chickens peck at grains in the sun-warmed courtyard, moving in measured steps. Goats shift slowly among the grass, nibbling quietly. The dog moves softly around the group, occasionally brushing against walls or stones, then settling in the shade. Every motion is deliberate, absorbed into the calm, continuous rhythm of late morning. The woman carries baskets along the path, moving slowly, observing the faint shimmer of sunlight on leaves, rooftops, and stones. She adjusts the weight of the baskets carefully, each step measured, absorbed fully into the gentle rhythm of life around her. She pauses occasionally to observe the sway of tree branches, the subtle movement of animals, the quiet pulse of the village. The child follows quietly, small fingers brushing softly against grass and leaves, observing sunlight sparkling on stones and walls. Tiny feet step lightly along the path, watching animals shift gently, listening to the soft rustle of leaves in the warm breeze. Every gesture, every observation, every breath is absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of late morning.
The older man pauses at the edge of a small field. He leans lightly on his staff, watching the soil,
the faint shimmer of morning dew drying under the sun, the gentle sway of crops in the breeze. Birds call softly in the distance, small animals move quietly in the grass, and the faint hum of insects rises and falls in harmony with the gentle warmth of late morning. Every sound, every motion blends seamlessly into the unhurried rhythm of life. Inside the homes, the man places herbs and vegetables on the table, arranging them carefully, adjusting their positions with deliberate care. He lifts a small pot, stirring slowly, listening to the faint hiss of simmering grains. The woman arranges small bundles of herbs, tying each gently, pausing to inhale their subtle scents. Every motion is soft, unhurried, absorbed into the slow, meditative pulse of late morning. The child observes quietly, tiny hands brushing softly across leaves, stones, and smooth wooden surfaces. Eyes follow the gentle shift of sunlight across walls, the slow movement of animals, the soft sway of branches in the breeze. Every sound, every motion is deliberate, fully absorbed into the calm rhythm of the village. Outside, the older man walks to the well. He lowers the bucket gently, feeling the smooth rope slide through his hands. The water is cool and still. He lifts it slowly, noticing the faint glimmer of sunlight on its surface, and carries it carefully along the path. Each motion is soft, measured, deliberate, fully absorbed into the steady pulse of the day. The man from the fields continues tending the garden, moving slowly from plant to plant. He touches the soil gently, lifts herbs and vegetables carefully, and places them softly in the baskets. Every motion is deliberate, soft, absorbed entirely into the rhythm of mid to late morning life in the village. The woman prepares bundles of herbs and vegetables for storage, arranging them gently on trays. She pauses occasionally, inhaling the faint warmth of the sun, the subtle scent of herbs and grains, the faint earthy aroma of the soil. Every motion is calm, deliberate, fully in tune with the soft, meditative pulse of the day. The child wanders through the courtyard and garden, small hands brushing softly across leaves, tiny feet stepping carefully along paths warmed by the sun. Eyes follow the slow shimmer of sunlight across rooftops and walls, the gentle sway of branches, the soft movements of animals. Each gesture, each observation, each breath is deliberate, fully absorbed into the calm rhythm of life. And so, the Roman village flows gently into the late morning. The sun warms rooftops, walls, paths, and fields. Fires burn steadily. Animals stir quietly. Every motion, every breath, every subtle sound blends seamlessly into the slow, meditative rhythm of life. The village continues to exist deliberately, calmly, entirely absorbed into the gentle, steady flow of existence beneath the soft, golden light of the sun.
As the late morning moves closer to noon, the village settles into a quiet, measured rhythm. The sun climbs higher, casting gentle, golden light across rooftops, paths, and fields. The warmth is steady, embracing walls, stones, and earth with a soft glow. Shadows linger faintly in the folds of roofs, along the edges of walls, beneath trees, and in the shallow dips of the paths. The air carries the earthy scent of soil and straw, the faint fragrance of herbs, and the subtle aroma of water and grains simmering over small fires. Every element of the village participates gently in the calm pulse of the day. Inside the homes, the man who worked in the fields tends the fire and the pots. He lifts a small wooden spoon, stirring slowly and carefully, listening to the soft hiss of simmering water.
The aroma of herbs, grains, and warm water blends with the faint scent of straw and clay from the walls. Every motion is deliberate, soft, absorbed fully into the soft rhythm of late morning. The woman moves slowly, carrying small bundles of herbs and freshly gathered vegetables. She arranges them neatly on a table, adjusting each bundle with deliberate care. She pauses to inhale the subtle scent of herbs, to notice the warmth of sunlight spilling through the doorway, and to feel the quiet pulse of life in the home. Each motion is unhurried, deliberate, absorbed entirely into the soft rhythm of late morning activity. The child wanders through the courtyard, small hands brushing gently against grass, leaves, and stones. Tiny feet step softly along sun-warmed paths. Eyes follow the shimmer of light across rooftops and walls, the slow sway of tree branches, the faint movements of animals. Each gesture is careful, soft, absorbed into the calm, meditative flow of village life. Outside, the older man moves slowly along the paths, leaning lightly on his staff. He pauses occasionally, feeling the rough texture of stone walls, the coolness of a leaf in the warm sunlight, the faint glimmer of water in the well. Each gesture is deliberate, measured, absorbed fully into the rhythm of the village. The man from the fields tends the animals gently. Chickens peck softly at scattered grains, stepping lightly on the warmed earth. Goats shift slowly among the grass, nibbling quietly. The dog moves softly, brushing gently against walls and paths before settling into the shade. Every movement is deliberate, absorbed into the steady, unhurried rhythm of mid to late morning life. The woman steps into the courtyard, carrying baskets of herbs and vegetables. She moves carefully, adjusting the weight of the baskets with gentle hands. Her eyes notice the shimmer of sunlight on leaves and rooftops, the gentle sway of trees, the faint movements of animals and villagers. Every motion is deliberate, soft, absorbed entirely into the quiet pulse of life around her. The child follows softly, hands brushing lightly against leaves and grass, eyes tracing the slow shimmer of sunlight across walls, rooftops, and paths. Tiny feet step carefully along the earth. Each observation, each gesture, each breath is deliberate, absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of life. The older man pauses at the edge of a small garden. He leans lightly on his staff, noticing the texture of the soil, the faint glimmer of dew drying under the sun, the gentle sway of crops in the warm breeze. Birds call softly in the distance. Small animals stir quietly. The faint hum of insects rises and falls gently. Every sound, every motion blends seamlessly into the steady rhythm of late morning. Inside the homes, the man arranges herbs and vegetables on the table with deliberate care. He lifts a small pot, stirring gently, listening to the soft hiss of simmering grains. The woman ties small bundles of herbs, inhaling their gentle fragrance. Every motion is soft, unhurried, absorbed fully into the rhythm of life in the home. The child watches quietly, fingers brushing gently against leaves, stones, and smooth wooden surfaces. Eyes follow the subtle shift of sunlight, the gentle sway of trees, the soft movements of animals. Every observation, every gesture, every breath is deliberate, absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of the day. The dog moves softly across the floor, pausing briefly to brush against a wall, then settles near the hearth once more, calm and relaxed. Outside, the older man walks slowly to the well. He lowers the bucket gently, feeling the smooth rope slide through his hands. The water is cool, still,
reflecting the warm sunlight. He lifts it carefully, noticing the faint glimmer on its surface, and carries it back along the path. Each motion is soft, deliberate, absorbed fully into the quiet pulse of life. The man from the fields continues tending the garden. He moves slowly from plant to plant, touching the soil lightly, lifting herbs and vegetables with care, placing them softly in the baskets. Each motion is deliberate, calm, absorbed entirely into the rhythm of late morning. The woman prepares small bundles of food and herbs, arranging them gently on trays. She pauses occasionally, inhaling the subtle warmth of the sun, the scent of herbs and grains, the faint earthy aroma of soil. Every motion is deliberate, absorbed fully into the slow, meditative pulse of the day. The child wanders through the courtyard and garden, tiny hands brushing gently against leaves, small feet stepping carefully along paths warmed by the sun. Eyes follow the shimmer of sunlight across rooftops and walls, the slow sway of tree branches, the faint movements of animals. Each gesture is careful, soft, absorbed into the calm rhythm of village life. And so the Roman village moves gently toward noon. Sunlight warms rooftops, paths, and fields. Fires burn steadily inside homes. Animals stir softly. Every breath, every motion, every subtle sound blends seamlessly into the meditative rhythm of late morning. Life flows deliberately, calmly, fully absorbed into the quiet pulse of existence beneath the steady, golden light of the sun.
As the late morning moves closer to noon, the village settles into a gentle, restful rhythm. The sunlight warms rooftops, walls, and paths steadily, casting long, soft shadows that stretch lazily across the earth. The warmth is even and calm, touching stone, clay, wood, and straw with a quiet glow. The air carries the faint, earthy scent of soil, the subtle fragrance of herbs, the gentle aroma of simmering grains, and the lingering warmth from the hearths. Everything, the walls, the paths, the rooftops, the animals, and the people, participate fully in the unhurried pulse of the day. Inside the homes, the man who worked in the fields tends the hearth and the small pots over the fire. He lifts a wooden spoon slowly, stirring gently. Steam rises softly, curling in the golden light. The faint hiss of simmering water mixes with the warmth of herbs and grains. Each motion is deliberate, soft, absorbed entirely into the calm rhythm of late morning. He pauses briefly, watching the firelight flicker across the walls, noticing the warmth on his hands and face, feeling the quiet presence of the room. The woman moves through the home with measured steps, carrying small bundles of herbs and vegetables. She places them carefully on the wooden table, adjusting each bundle with gentle hands. She inhales the soft fragrance of herbs, feels the warmth of sunlight spilling through the doorway, and notices the faint, steady hum of life in the home. Every motion is deliberate, absorbed fully into the gentle rhythm of the day. The child wanders softly along the courtyard path. Tiny fingers brush grass, leaves, and stones, tracing textures with quiet curiosity. Small feet step gently over the warm earth. Eyes follow the shimmer of sunlight across walls, rooftops, and paths, catching the slow sway of branches and the subtle movements of animals. Each gesture is deliberate, absorbed fully into the meditative rhythm of village life. Outside, the older man walks slowly along the path, leaning lightly on his staff. He pauses to touch the rough surface of a stone wall, to feel the coolness of a leaf in the warmth of the sun, to notice the shimmer of water in the well. Each gesture is soft, deliberate, unhurried, absorbed fully into the calm pulse of the village. The man from the fields moves gently among the animals. Chickens peck softly at scattered grains, shifting carefully on the warmed earth. Goats graze slowly among the grass, nibbling quietly. The dog moves softly around the yard, brushing gently against walls or stones, then settling in the shade. Every movement is deliberate, absorbed into the steady rhythm of mid to late morning life. The woman steps out into the courtyard, baskets in hand, moving slowly along the path. She adjusts the weight of the baskets with careful hands, noticing the faint shimmer of sunlight on leaves, rooftops, and stones. She pauses to observe the gentle sway of trees and the slow movements of animals. Every step is deliberate, every motion soft, absorbed fully into the calm pulse of life. The child wanders softly following, fingers brushing leaves and grass, eyes tracing sunlight sparkling on stones and walls, feet stepping gently along the warmed path. Each observation is careful, deliberate, absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of life. The older man pauses at the edge of a small field, leaning lightly on his staff. He notices the texture of soil, the faint shimmer of morning dew drying in the sun, the gentle sway of crops. Birds call softly in the distance, small animals stir quietly, and the hum of insects rises and falls gently. Every sound and motion blends seamlessly into the slow, measured rhythm of late morning. Inside the homes, the man arranges herbs and vegetables on the table with careful precision. He lifts a small pot, stirring gently, listening to the hiss of simmering grains and the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. The woman ties small bundles of herbs, inhaling their gentle fragrance. Every motion is soft, unhurried, absorbed fully into the rhythm of life within the home. The child observes quietly, fingers brushing softly against leaves, stones, and smooth wooden surfaces. Eyes follow the subtle shift of sunlight, the gentle sway of branches, the soft movements of animals. Each gesture, every observation, every breath is absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of late morning. The dog moves lightly across the floor, pausing briefly to brush against a wall, then settles near the hearth again, calm and relaxed. Outside, the older man walks slowly to the well. He lowers the bucket carefully, feeling the smooth rope slide through his hands. The water is cool, still, reflecting the warm sunlight. He lifts it gently, noticing the faint glimmer on its surface, and carries it carefully along the path. Each motion is soft, deliberate, absorbed fully into the calm pulse of life. The man from the fields continues to tend the garden. He moves slowly from plant to plant, touching soil lightly, lifting herbs and vegetables with care, placing them softly in the baskets. Each motion is deliberate, calm, absorbed entirely into the rhythm of late morning. The woman prepares bundles of food and herbs, arranging them gently on trays. She pauses occasionally to inhale the warmth of the sun, the scent of herbs and grains, the faint earthy aroma of soil. Every motion is deliberate, absorbed fully into the slow, meditative pulse of the day. The child wanders through the courtyard and garden, tiny hands brushing gently against leaves, small feet stepping carefully along paths warmed by sunlight. Eyes follow the shimmer of sunlight across walls, rooftops, and paths, catching the slow sway of branches and the subtle movements of animals. Each gesture is deliberate, absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of village life. And so, the Roman village moves slowly toward the stillness of midday. Sunlight warms rooftops, paths, and fields. Fires burn steadily inside homes.
Animals stir quietly in the shade. Every breath, every motion, every subtle sound blends seamlessly into the meditative rhythm of late morning. Life flows deliberately, calmly, fully absorbed into the calm pulse of existence beneath the steady golden light of the sun.
As the sun reaches its highest point in the sky, the village slows naturally, settling into a soft, unhurried pause. The warmth of midday spreads evenly across rooftops, walls, and paths. Shadows shrink to their smallest, nesting quietly beneath eaves, stones, and trees. The air carries a subtle warmth, mingled with the earthy scent of soil, the faint fragrance of herbs, and the lingering aroma of water and grains from the hearths. Everything, the stones, the clay rooftops, the wooden doors, the animals, and the villagers, rests in gentle harmony with the steady rhythm of noon. Inside the homes, the man who worked in the field sets down his wooden spoon and steps back from the hearth. The simmering water and herbs continue to release soft steam, curling lazily toward the ceiling. He inhales slowly, feeling the warmth of the fire on his skin, the faint scent of grains and herbs, the quiet calm that fills the room. Every breath, every motion is deliberate, absorbed into the gentle rhythm of the day. The woman moves slowly, carrying baskets of herbs and vegetables to the table. She arranges them with careful precision, pausing occasionally to inhale their subtle fragrance. The warmth of sunlight spills through the doorway, touching the table, walls, and floor with a soft golden glow. Her hands move gently, deliberately, each motion absorbed into the soft, meditative rhythm of midday. The child sits quietly near the edge of the courtyard, small hands resting on the warm earth. Tiny feet curl slightly beneath them. Eyes follow the gentle sway of branches, the shimmer of sunlight across rooftops and walls, and the soft, measured movements of animals in the yard. Each observation is deliberate, careful, absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of the village. Outside, the older man leans lightly on his staff near the well. He watches the shimmer of water, noticing the faint reflections of sunlight on its surface. Birds call softly in the distance, insects hum faintly, and small animals stir quietly in the grass. Each sound blends gently into the meditative rhythm of midday, perfectly aligned with the calm pulse of the village. The man from the fields walks slowly among the animals. Chickens step lightly over the warmed earth, pecking gently. Goats nibble quietly on patches of grass. The dog stretches, yawns softly, and moves with measured calm among them before settling into a shaded corner. Every motion is deliberate, absorbed into the steady, unhurried flow of life. The woman steps into the courtyard with baskets in hand. She walks slowly along the path, adjusting the weight of the baskets carefully, noting the shimmer of sunlight on leaves and rooftops. Her eyes follow the gentle sway of trees, the slow, quiet movements of animals, and the faint glimmer of water in the well. Every step, every gesture is deliberate, absorbed entirely into the peaceful rhythm of midday. The child rises slowly, moving along the sun-warmed path. Tiny fingers brush softly against leaves and stones, eyes tracing the faint shimmer of sunlight on rooftops, walls, and paths. Each step, each observation, each breath is absorbed fully into the calm, measured rhythm of the village. Inside, the man arranges herbs and vegetables on the table, moving each bundle with deliberate care. He lifts a small pot, stirring gently. The faint hiss of simmering grains rises softly into the warm air. The woman ties bundles of herbs, inhaling their gentle fragrance. Every motion is soft, unhurried,
absorbed fully into the rhythm of life in the home. Outside, the older man pauses at the edge of a small garden, leaning lightly on his staff. He watches the texture of soil, the gentle sway of crops, and the faint shimmer of sunlight on leaves. Birds call softly, insects hum faintly, and small animals move quietly. Each sound, each motion blends seamlessly into the meditative rhythm of midday. The man from the fields continues to tend the garden with calm, careful movements. He touches the soil gently, lifts herbs and vegetables with deliberate care, placing them softly in baskets. Every motion is absorbed fully into the gentle rhythm of midday life. The woman prepares small trays of herbs and vegetables for storage, moving slowly, deliberately. She pauses occasionally, inhaling the faint warmth of the sun, the subtle scent of herbs and grains, the quiet presence of the village. Each gesture is deliberate, soft, fully aligned with the slow, meditative pulse of the day. The child wanders quietly through the courtyard and garden, tiny hands brushing softly against leaves, small feet stepping carefully along paths warmed by sunlight. Eyes follow the shimmer of sunlight across rooftops, walls, and paths, and the soft, measured movements of animals in the yard. Each observation is deliberate, careful, absorbed fully into the calm rhythm of midday. And so, the Roman village rests gently under the warmth of noon. Sunlight embraces rooftops, paths, and fields. Fires burn steadily inside homes. Animals stir quietly in the shade. Every motion, every breath, every subtle sound blends seamlessly into the meditative rhythm of midday. Life continues deliberately, calmly, entirely absorbed into the gentle, steady flow of existence beneath the warm, golden light of the sun.
The afternoon sun leans slowly toward the west, casting a soft, golden light across the village. Shadows stretch long and thin along walls, rooftops, and paths, folding quietly into the earth. The air carries the faint warmth of sunlight, mixed with the subtle scents of soil, herbs, and the lingering aroma of grains simmering over quiet fires. Every stone, every wall, every leaf, every animal participates gently in the calm rhythm of the village. Inside the homes, the man who worked in the fields moves slowly, tending the fire with careful, measured motions. He lifts a pot, stirring gently, listening to the soft hiss of water and the faint murmur of cooking grains. The woman arranges herbs and vegetables one last time for the day, tying small bundles with gentle hands, inhaling their subtle fragrance and feeling the warmth of sunlight across the floor. Every gesture is deliberate, soft, absorbed entirely into the peaceful pulse of life. Outside, the older man leans lightly on his staff, observing the slow sway of branches, the shimmer of sunlight on leaves, and the gentle movements of animals returning to the shade. Chickens settle quietly in small groups, goats move slowly toward shaded areas, and the dog lies calmly on the warm earth, eyes half closed, breathing gently. The village seems to exhale in unison, a quiet settling into the evening calm. The child wanders softly through the courtyard one last time, fingers brushing leaves, small feet stepping lightly along warm paths. Eyes follow the subtle shimmer of sunlight across rooftops, the gentle sway of branches, the faint movements of animals. Every gesture, every observation, every breath is absorbed fully into the gentle rhythm of the day. The man from the fields finishes tending the garden. He touches the soil gently, lifts the last herbs and vegetables, and places them slowly in baskets. Each motion is deliberate, calm, absorbed entirely into the meditative pulse of the village.
The woman steps to the doorway, looking out at the fields and rooftops bathed in golden light. She inhales the soft warmth of the late afternoon, the faint scent of herbs and soil, and the quiet presence of her home and village. She moves slowly back to the hearth, every motion measured and gentle. The sun continues its slow descent, shadows deepening softly, light fading into warm golden tones. Birds sing quietly one last time before settling, and small animals move softly into hidden corners. The village rests in a steady, deliberate calm, the rhythm of life slowing gently with the approaching evening. Inside the homes, fires burn softly, casting a warm glow across walls and wooden surfaces. The villagers sit quietly, tending to small tasks, observing the gentle movement of light and shadow. Outside, the courtyard is still, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the warm breeze. Every sound, every motion, every breath is absorbed fully into the gentle rhythm of the day. And as the sun dips low beyond the horizon, painting the sky in soft amber and rose, the Roman village drifts slowly into evening. The air cools gently, shadows lengthen, and the warmth of the day lingers faintly on stone, earth, and rooftops. Life continues quietly, deliberately, fully absorbed into the gentle pulse of existence. The village rests, the animals settle, the fires glow softly, and the quiet rhythm of life continues, slow and unhurried, under the calm, fading light of a peaceful evening.